night owls. So true. Experiencing now is not the fault of your receiver or the internet. You have been specifically selected. We have assumed control for another edition of Night Owls. So turn your red light on.
You'll get the shit with me. Shit.
I didn't know there were interviews about these spiders. I didn't tell you to open. The medical community lacks about knowledge about these spiders. The brown recluse spider. The medical community lacks knowledge about these spiders. I know only one thing. I don't know much about them. But a friend of mine's daughter got bit by one about 5 or 6 years ago. And her whole leg swelled up and got like elephantitis. And it looked horrible. And she almost lost it. But they were able to save it. But it was her, basically in the long run, it was her immune system that saved her. I don't think any of that medicine they gave her did nothing. Those are nasty little creatures, man. I hope I never get bit by one. I don't even know if Michigan has any. That is one thing I love about Michigan. You don't have no tornadoes, no hurricanes, no earthquakes, no scorpions, no black widows. You know, just every once in a while we'll get a tornado, but not that often. Tornadoes mostly follow the contours of the land. And Michigan's not really in haze and thick rain. Scientists have proposed that the ice structure could be evidence of ancient volcanic activity. Yes. Musical tones coming from Saturn. All right, Saturn, attaboy. Attaboy. Let's check this video out here. Come on, give me something, baby. Sounds like a dude talking. 500 years before Christ, in a little town on a far western border of a settled and civilized world. A strange new power was at work. Something had awakened in the minds and spirits of the men there, which was to influence the world at the slow passage of long time, of century upon century, and the shattered changes they brought would be powerless to wear away that deep impress. Athens had entered upon her brief and magnificent flowering of genius, which so molded the world of mind and of spirit that our mind and spirit today are different. We think and feel differently because of what a little Greek town did a century or two, 2,400 years ago. What was then produced as art and thought has never been surpassed and very rarely equaled, and the stamp of it is upon all the art and all the thought of the Western world. And yet this full stature of greatness came to pass at a time when the mighty civilizations of the ancient world had perished, and the shadow of effortless barbarism was dark upon the earth. In that black and fierce world, a little center of white-hot spiritual energy was at work. A new civilization had arisen in Athens, unlike all that had gone before. What brought this new development to pass, how the Greeks were able to achieve all they did, has significance for us today. It is not merely that Greece has a claim upon our attention, because we are spiritual and mental inheritance, partly Greek, and cannot escape, if we would, that deep influence which worked with power through the centuries, touching with light of reason and grace of beauty the wild northern savages. She has a direct contribution for us as well. The actual Greek remains are so few and so far away, so separated from us by space and a strange, difficult language. They are felt to be the matters for the traveler and scholars, but in truth what the Greeks discovered, or rather how they made their discoveries and how they brought a new world to birth out of the dark confusions of an old world that had crumbled away. It is full of meaning for us today, who haven't seen an old world swept away in the space of a decade or two. It is worth our while in the confusions and bewilderments of the present to consider the way in which the Greeks arrived at the clarity of their thought and the affirmation of their art. Very different conditions of life confronted them than they are for us. But it is ever to be borne in the mind that the outside of human life changes much, while the inside changes little. And the lesson book we cannot graduate from is human experience. Great literature, past or present, is the expression of great knowledge and heart. Great art is the expression of a solution of the conflict between the demands of the world without and that within. And in wisdom of either, there would seem to be small progress. Of all that Greeks did, only a very small part has come down to us. We have no means of knowing if we have their best. It would be strange if we had. In the convulsions of that world of long ago, there was no law that guaranteed to art the survival of the fittest. But this little remnant, preserved by the haphazard of chance, shows their high-water mark reached in every region of thought and beauty the Greeks entered. No sculpture comparable to theirs, no buildings ever more beautiful, no writing superior, prose always late to development. But they left masterpieces history has yet to find a greater exponent than Thucydides. Outside of the Bible, there is no poetical prose that can touch Plato. In poetry, they are all but supreme. No epic is to be mentioned with Homer. No odes to be set beside Pindar. Of the four masters of the tragic stage, 3 are Greek. Little is left of all this wealth of great art. The sculptures, defaced and broken into bits, have crumbled away. The buildings are fallen. The paintings gone forever. All lost but a very few. We have only the ruin of what was. The world has had no more than that for well on to 2,000 years. Yet these few remains of the mighty structure have been a challenge and an incitement
to men ever since, and are among our possessions today, which we value as most precious. There is no danger now that the world will not give the Greek genius full recognition. Greek achievement is a fact, universally acknowledged. The cause responsible for this achievement, however, are not so generally understood. Rather, is it the fashion nowadays to speak of the Greek miracle, to consider the radiant bloom of Greek genius as having no root in any soil that we can give an account of. The anthropologists are busy, indeed, and ready to transport us back into the savage forest where all human things, the Greek things too, had their beginnings, but the seed never explains the flower. Between those strange rites, they point us through the dim vistas of faraway ages, and a Greek tragedy. There lies a gap they cannot help us over. The easy way out is to refuse to bridge it and dismiss the need to explain by calling the tragedy a miracle. But in truth, the way across is not impassable. Some reasons appear for the mental and spiritual activity which made those few years in Athens productive, as no other age in history has been. By universal consent, the Greeks belong to the ancient world. Wherever the line is drawn by this or that historian between the old and the new, the Greeks' unquestioned position is in the old, but they are in it as a matter of centuries only. They have not the hallmarks that give title to a place there, the ancient world, and so far as we can reconstruct it, bears everywhere the same stamp. In Egypt, in Crete, in Mesopotamia, wherever we can read bits of the story, we find the same conditions. A despot enthroned, whose whims and passions are the determining factor in the state, a wretched subjugated populace, and a great priestly organization to which is handed over the domain of the intellect. This is what we know as the Oriental state today. It has persisted down from the ancient world through thousands of years, never changing in any essential. Only in the last 100 years, less than that, it has shown a semblance of change, made a gesture of outward conformity with the demands of the modern world. But the spirit that informs it, it is the spirit of the East that never changes. It has remained the same through all the ages. Down from the antique world, forever aloof from all that is modern, this state and this spirit were alien to the Greeks. None of the great civilizations that preceded them and surrounded them served as model. With them, something completely new came into the world. They were the first Westerners, the spirit of the West. The modern spirit is a Greek discovery. The place of the Greeks is in the modern world. The same cannot be said of Rome. Many things were pointed back to the old world, and away to the east, and with the emperors who were gods, and fed a brutalized people full of horrors as their dearest form of amusement. The ancient and the Oriental state had a true revival. Not that the spirit of Rome was of the Eastern stamp. Common sense men of affairs were its product, to whom the cogitations of Eastern sages ever seemed the idlest nonsense. What is truth, said Pilate scornfully, but it was equally far removed from the Greek spirit. Greek thought, science, mathematics, philosophy, eager investigation into the nature of the world, which was the distinguishing mark of Greece, came to an end for many a century when the leadership passed from Greece to Rome. The classical world is a myth, insofar that it is conceived of as marked by the same characteristics. Athens and Rome had little in common. That which distinguishes the modern world from the ancient, and that which divides the West from the East, is the supremacy of the mind in the affairs of men. And this came to birth in Greece, and lived in Greece, alone of all the ancient world. The Greeks were the first intellectualists, in a world where the irrational had played the chief role. They came forward as the protagonists of the mind. The novelty and the importance of this position are difficult for us to realize. The world we live in seems to us a reasonable and comprehensible place. It is a world of definite facts which we know a good deal about. We have found out a number of rules by which the dark and tremendous forces of nature can be made to move so as to further our own purpose, and our main effort is devoted to increasing our power over the outside material world. We do not dream of questioning the importance of what acts on the whole, in ways we can explain and turn into our advantage. What brings us this attitude is the fact that of all the powers we are endowed with, we are making use preeminently of the reason. We are not soaring above the world on the wings of the imagination, or searching into the depths of the world within each one of us by the illumination of the Spirit. We are observing what goes on in the world around us, and we are reasoning upon our observations. Our chief and characteristic activity is that of the mind. The society we are born into is built upon the idea of the reasonable, and emotional experience and intuitive perception are accorded a place in it only if some rational account can be given of them. When we find that the Greeks too lived in a reasonable world as a result of using their reason upon it, we accept the achievement as the natural thing that needs no comment. But the truth is that even today our point of view obtains only within strict limits. It does not belong to the immense expanse and the multitudinous populations of the East. There, what goes on outside of a man is comparatively unimportant and completely undeserving of the attention of the truly wise. The observing reason which works on what we of the West call effects of the real world is not esteemed in the East. This conception of human values has come down from antiquity. The world in which Greece came to life was one in which the reason had played the smallest role. All that was important in it belonged to the realm of the unseen, known only to the spirit. That is a realm in which outside fact, everything that makes up this visible, sensible, audible world, plays only an indirect part, and the facts of the spirit are not seen or felt or heard. They are experienced. They are peculiarly a man's own, something that he can share with no one else. An artist can express them in some sort, partially at best. The saint and the hero that are most at home in them can put them into words, or pictures, or music, only if they are artists. 2. The greatest intellect cannot do that through the intellect, and yet every human being has a share in the experience of the spirit. Mind and spirit together make up that which separates us from the rest of the animal world, that which enables man to know the truth, and that which enables him to die for the truth. A hard and fast distinction between the two can hardly be made. Both belong to the part of us which, in Platonic phraseology, draws us up from that which is ever dragging down, or in the figure that Plato was fondest of, that which gives form to the formless. And yet they are distinct. When St. Paul, in his great definitions, says that the things that are seen are temporal, and the things that are not seen are eternal, he is defining the realm of the mind, the reason that works, from a visible world, and realm of the spirit that lives by the invisible. In the ancient world before Greece, the things that are not seen had come more and more, the only things of great importance. The new power of the mind that marked Greece arose in a world facing toward the way of the spirit. For a brief period in Greece, East and West met. The bias toward the rational, that was to distinguish the West, and the deep spiritual inheritance of the East. The full effect of this meeting, the immense stimulus to creative activity when clarity of mind is added to spiritual power. The immense stimulus to creative activity given when clarity of mind is added to spiritual power can be best realized by considering what had happened before Greece. What happens, that is, when there is great spiritual force with the mind held in abeyance. This is to be seen most clearly in Egypt, where the records are fullest and far more is known than about any other nation of antiquity. I always wonder, though, how much of it is contrived. It is materially to the point, therefore, to leave Greece for a moment and look at the country which had the greatest civilization of all the ancient world. In Egypt, the center of interest was the dead. The ruling world power, a splendid empire, and death, a foremost preoccupation. Countless numbers of human beings for countless numbers of centuries. thought of death as that which was nearest and most familiar to them. It is an extraordinary circumstance, which could be made credible, but nothing less considerable than the immense mass of Egyptian art centered on the dead. To the Egyptian, the enduring world of reality was not the one he walked in on the paths of everyday life, but the one he should presently go to by the way of death. There were two causes working in Egypt to bring about this condition. The first was human misery, the state of the common man, in which the ancient world must have been wretched in the extreme. Those tremendous works that have survived through thousands of years were achieved at a cost in human suffering and death, which was never conceived of as a cost in anything of value. Nothing so cheap as human life in ancient Egypt, and in Nineveh as nothing more cheap in India and China today. Even the well-to-do, the nobles, and the men of affairs lived with a very narrow margin of safety. Epitaph and extant of a great Egyptian noble holds him up to admiration in that he was never beaten with whips before the magistrate. The lives and fortunes of all were completely dependent upon the whims of a monarch whose only law was his own wish. One has but to read the account Tacitus gives of what happened under the irresponsible despotism of the early Roman emperors to realize that in the ancient world security must have been the rarest of goods. Seriously, why have people always tolerated that? In numbers, you just bomb rush them and change it, but they don't. They adhere. There must be something in our DNA that allows this. Often like
End of part 1.
In such conditions, men, seeing little hope for happiness in this world, turned instinctively to find comfort in another. Only in the world of the dead could there be found security and peace, and pleasure, which a man, by taking thought all his life for, might attain. No concern of earthly living could count to him in comparison, or be esteemed as real in comparison. Little profit for him there to use his mind, his reasoning powers. They could do nothing for him in the one matter of overwhelming importance, his status in the world to come. They could not give him hope when life was hopeless, or strength to endure the endurable. People who are terrified and hard-pressed by misery do not turn to the mind for their help. This instinctive recoil from the world of outside fact was enormously reinforced by the other great influence at work upon the side of death and against the use of the mind, the Egyptian priesthood. Before Greece, the domain of the intellect belonged to the priests. They were the intellectual class of Egypt. Their power was tremendous. Kings were subject to it. Great men must have built up that mighty organization, great minds, keen intellects, but what they learned of old truth and what they discovered of new truth was valued as it increased the prestige of the organization. And since truth is a jealous mistress and will reveal herself not a wit to any but a disinterested seeker, as the power of the priesthood grew and any idea that tended to weaken it met with a cold reception, the priest must fairly soon have become sorry intellectualists, guardians only of what seekers of old had found, never using their own minds with freedom. There was another result no less inevitable. All they knew must be kept jealously within the organization, to teach the people so that they would begin to think for themselves. Oh gee, it was even going on back then. Still going on today. Would be to destroy the surest prop of their power. Yeah, they're charlatans. We know it. They didn't. No one except themselves must have knowledge. For to be ignorant is to be afraid. And in the dark mystery of the unknown, a man cannot find his way alone. He must have guides to speak to him with authority. Ignorance was the foundation upon which the priest power rested. In truth, the two, the mystery and those who dealt in it, reinforced each other in such sort that each appears both the cause and the effect of the other. Power of the priesthood depended upon the darkness of the mystery. His effort must ever be directed toward increasing it, and opposing any attempt to throw light upon it. The humble role played by the reason in the ancient world was assigned by an authority there was no appeal against. It determined the scope of thought and the scope of art as well, with an absolutism never questioned. Well, I bet they'd love to attain that again. We know of one man, to be sure, who set himself against it. For a few years, the power of the pharaoh was pitted against the power of the priest, and the pharaoh won out. The familiar story of Akhenaten. He won out, but they were still there, and they eventually eclipsed him and got it back, or so I've been led to believe.
Who dared to think for himself?
And who built a city to enshrine and propagate the worship of the one and only God. Might appear to point to a weakness in the great priestly body, but the proof is, in point of fact, rather the other way about. The priests were men deeply learned and experienced in human nature. They waited. The man of independent thought had only a very brief reign. It's too bad. This marvelous life on earth is screwed up by authority. It's sad. Did his contest with the priest wear him out? One wonders. I'm sure it did. They were there ever pressing.
Their faces against the window.
They never go away. And many of the things they're capable of doing is unspeakable. And after his death, nothing of what he had stood for was allowed to remain. But the more they try to suppress it, the more famous he becomes. That's kind of a little irony there, isn't it? For us, it becomes written in the stars, like a universal law. Thou shalt not try to cover it up with anything, because the universe will remember. As they tried to erase the memories of two people that I know of, King Tut, or Tutankhamun, and King Tut and Akhenaten, besides Cleopatra, and she wasn't really ancient. She's considered more toward our side. After his death, nothing of what he stood for was allowed to remain. The priests took possession of his successor. That was King Tut. They erased his very name from the monuments. He had never really touched their power. I don't know about that. If you want to count how long their name has lived through history, he won out in the long run. Truth is the daughter of time, not authority. Francis Bacon said that, otherwise known as the guy with the funny collar. He helped discover the scientific method. But whatever their attitude to this autocrat or that, autocratic government never failed to command the priest's allegiance. They were ever the support of the throne, as well as the power above it. Their instinct was sure. The misery of the people was the opportunity of the priest. Not only an ignorant populace, but one subjugated and wretched was their guarantee. With men's thoughts directed more and more toward the unseen world, and with the keys to it firmly in their own grasp, their terrific power was assured. When Egypt ended, the East went on ever farther in the direction Egypt had pointed. The miseries of Asia are a fearful page of history. Her people found strength to endure by denying any meaning and any importance to what they could not escape. The Egyptian world where dead men walked and slept and feasted was transmitted into what had always been implicit in its symbolism, the world of the spirit. In India, for centuries, the leader of thought to the East, ages long since, the world of the reason and the world of the spirit were divorced, and the universe handed over to the latter, reality. That which we have heard, which we have seen with our own eyes, and our hands have handled, of the word of life, was dismissed as a fiction that had no bearing upon the word. All that was seen and handled was vague and unsubstantial and forever passing. The shadow of a dream. Only that was real which was of the spirit. This is always man's way out when the facts of life are too bitter and too black to be borne. When conditions are such that life offers no earthly hope, somewhere, somehow, men must find a refuge. Then they fly from the terror without to the citadel within, which famine and pestilence and fire and sword cannot shake. What Goth calls the inner universe, what Goth, it's Goth or Gotha, can live by its own laws, create its own security, be sufficient unto itself, when once reality is denied to the turmoil of the world without. So the East found a way to endure the intolerable, and she pursued it undeviatingly through the centuries, following it to its furthest implications. In India, the idea of truth became completely separated from outside fact. All outside was illusion. Truth was an inner disposition. In such a world, there is little scope for the observing reason, where all except the spirit is unreal. It is manifest folly to be concerned with an exterior that is less than a shadow. It is easy to understand how in these conditions, the one department of the intellect that flourished was mathematics.
Go figure.
Nothing is less likely to react practically upon life, or to intrude into the domain of theology, than the world of the ideal revealed to the mathematical imagination. Pure mathematics soars into a region far removed from human wretchedness and reality, and no priest ever troubled himself about the effects of free inquiry along mathematical lines. There the mind could go where it pleased. Aha! Compared with the Egyptians, we are childish mathematicians, observes Plato. India, too, made notable contributions in this field. But sooner or later, if the activity of the mind is restricted anywhere, it will cease to function, even where it is allowed to be free. Today in India, the triumph of the spirit over the mind is complete, and wherever Buddhism, the great product of the Indian spirit, has prevailed, the illustrious of all that is of this earth, and the vanity of all research into its nature, is the center of the faith. As in Egypt, the priests saw their opportunity. The power of the Brahmins, the priestly caste, and of the great Buddhist hierarchy is nothing less than stupendous.
The circle is complete. A wretched populace with no hope, save in the invisible,
and a priesthood whose power is bound up with the belief in the unimportance of the visible, so that they must forever strive to keep it an article of faith. The circle is complete in another sense as well. The wayfarer sheltering for the night in an abandoned house does not care to mend the roof. The rain drops through, and a people living in such
wretchedness
that their one comfort is to deny the importance of the facts of earthly life will not try to better them. India has gone the way of the things that are not seen until the things that are seen have become invisible. That is what happens when one course is followed undeviatingly for ages. We are composite creatures, made up of soul and body, mind and spirit. When men's attention is fixed upon one to the disregard of the others, human beings result who are only partially developed, their eyes blinded to half of what offers and the great world holds. But in that antique world of Egypt and the early Asiatic civilizations, that world where the pendulum was swinging ever further and farther away from all fact, something completely new happened. The Greeks came into being, and the world as we know it began. End of chapter. So that's why modern science puts so much stock into mathematics. It's pretty good. Yeah. Thanks for joining me. Mysterious radio bursts are buzzing Earth with an unusual rhythm. Mysterious fast radio bursts, known as FRBs, on the other side of the cosmos has been pinging our telescopes with a strange cadence. It's probably not aliens, says astronomers. The USA Today reports telescopes in the European VLB network helped to pinpoint the location of the repeating signal in 2019. Fast radio bursts, strange, sometimes repeating signals from the other side of the cosmos, remain one of the universe's great mysteries. Detectors on Earth pick up these signals, and then in a flash, they're gone forever. And astronomers aren't sure where they come from. But as the amount of radio bursts discovered continue to stack up, astronomers are beginning to discover more and more about them. The fast radio burst FRB 180916.J0158+65, discovered in 2018 and pinpointed to a spiral galaxy approximately 500 million light years away, was examined over a period of 13 months and found to repeat with a highly regular rhythm. The first time astronomers have seen a deep space signal act in such a way. In a new paper published on the preprint server ARXIV and yet to be peer-reviewed, scientists working with the Canadian Hydrogen Intensity Mapping Experiment Fast Radio Burst CHIME FRB project describe a process of listening to the burst between September 2018 and October 2019 using the huge ground-based CHIME telescope situated in British Columbia, Canada. Researchers detected the deep space signals with a startling regularity. Over 4 days, they detected the fast bursts every hour or so, before the signals suddenly stopped. Then, after 12 days of silence, they'd kick back up again, pinging the CHIME telescope. The first FRB was discovered in 2007, but in recent years, new telescopes and greater interest have seen a motherlode of FRBs discovered. Many of these ultra-powerful radio signals do not repeat. We hear them and they disappear. A small proportion do continue to buzz Earth. In 2019, the CHIME collaboration discovered a new set of 8 repeating bursts for follow-up analysis. It's hoped by studying the repeating bursts, astronomers will be able to shed light on these mysterious signals. And I know what you're thinking, but you can stop right now. It's very, very unlikely to be aliens, says Adam Deller, an astrophysicist. Well, that's his first mistake. At Swinburne University of Technology, aptly named, said, I think in all likelihood we'll work out a natural explanation for these events, but I like to keep an open mind and follow wherever the evidence leads me. I should have a laughing track there. When do they ever follow the evidence? And this was published February the 11th. Now they're saying there has been an update that has transpired on this astronomical mystery deepens after fast radio burst detected from unknown source. Image of the host, galaxy FRB 180916 Center, acquired with the 8-meter Gemini North Telescope of NSF's OIR lab in Hawaii's Manatika. The position of the FRB in the spiral arm of the galaxy is marked by the green circle. Astronomers have pinpointed the origin of a repeating fast radio burst to a nearby spiral galaxy, challenging theories on the unknown source pulses. Observations with the 8-meter Gemini North Telescope, a program of the NSF's National Optical Infrared Astronomy Research Laboratory, have allowed astronomers to pinpoint the location of a fast radio burst in a nearby galaxy, making it the closest known example to Earth and only the second repeating burst since Earth's source to have its location pinpointed in the sky. The source of this burst of radio waves is located in the environment radically different from that seen in previous studies.
This discovery challenges researchers' assumptions on the origin of these already enigmatic extragalactic events. An unsolved mystery in astronomy has become even more puzzling. The source of the fast radio bursts, sudden bursts of radio waves lasting a few thousandths of a second, has remained unknown since their discovery in 2007. Research published January 6, 2020 in the scientific journal Nature and presented at the 235th meeting of the American Astronomical Society has pinpointed the origin of an FRB to an unexpected environment in a nearby spiral galaxy. Observations with the Gemini North Telescope of NSF Optically Infrared Astronomy Research Laboratory on Mauna Kea in Hawaii had played a vital role in this discovery, which renders the nature of these extragalactic radio pulses even more enigmatic. The sources of FRBs and their nature are mysterious. Many are one-off bursts, but very few of them emit repeating flashes. The recently discovered FRB, identified by an unpoetic designation of FRB 180916-J0158 plus 65 minus, is one of only 5 sources with a precisely known location, and only the second such source that shows repeated bursts. Such FRBs are referred to as localized and can be associated with a particular distant galaxy, allowing astronomers to make additional observations that can provide insights into the origin of the radio burst. This object's location is radically different from that of not only the previously located repeating FRB, but also all previously studied FRBs, elaborates Kizzy Nimmo, PhD, student at the University of Amsterdam, and a fellow lead author of this paper. This blurs the differences between repeating and non-repeating fast radio bursts. It may be that FRBs are produced in a large zoo of locations across the universe and just require some specific conditions to be visible, like you gotta tune it in or something, like it's an alien signal. I hate to go there, but that's what he's referring to. Pinpointing the location of FRB 180916-J0158 plus 65 minus, or the minus is gone now, required observations at both radio and optical wavelengths. FRBs can only be detected with radio telescopes, so radio observations are fundamentally necessary to accurately determine the position of an FRB on the sky. This particular FRB was first discovered by the Canadian Chime Radio Telescope Array in 2018. The new research used the European VLBI network to precisely localize the source, but measuring the precise distance and local environment of the radio source was only possible to follow up optical observations with the Gemini North Telescope. The International Gemini Observatory comprises telescopes in both the northern and southern hemispheres, which together can access the entire night sky. Well, that is great to know. But how do we get to work? We use the cameras and the spectrographs on the Gemini North Telescope to image the faint structures of the host galaxy where the FRB resides, measure to its distance, and analyze its chemical composition. How are they going to do that? Explains Shaharsh Tendulkar, a postdoctoral fellow at McGill University in Montreal, Canada, who led the Gemini observation and subsequent data analysis. These observations showed the FRB originates in a spiral arm
on the galaxy in a region which is rapidly forming stars. However, the source of FRB 180916, which lies roughly 500 million light-years from Earth, was unexpected and shows that FRBs may not be linked to a particular type of galaxy or environment, deepening this astronomical mystery. This is the closest FRB to Earth ever localized, explains Benito Marcotti of the Joint Institute for VLBI European Research Infrastructure Consortium and a lead author of the Nature paper. Surprisingly, it was found in an environment radically different from that of the previous 4 localized FRBs, an environment that challenges our ideas of what the source of these bursts may be. The researchers hope that further studies will reveal the conditions that result in the production of these mysterious transient radio pulses and address some of the many unanswered questions they pose. Corresponding author Jason Hessels of the Netherlands Institute for Radio Astronomy and University of Amsterdam states that our aim is to precisely localize more FRBs, ultimately understanding their origin.
Now in come the Electric Universe, the Thunderbolts group, to rain on the parade. Astronomers think FRBs are created from dying stars. About 8 years ago, astronomers discovered an energy signature they called a fast radio burst, or FRB. The blast of radio waves lasted 5 milliseconds, releasing more energy than the sun puts out in a month. Distance to the source was said to be almost 3 billion light-years, and was surmised to come from the death of a black hole. Another source for FRB energy is thought to be from cosmic batteries. If a black hole orbits a neutron star, its immense gravity is thought to create the power that sends those strange bursts into space. Cosmologists recently advanced a theory that black holes can evaporate with surprising violence. If a black hole contains M solar masses, it will glow at 6 times 10 to the power of 8 M Kelvin. That means a black hole can eventually explode like a hydrogen bomb. It is those explosions that are supposed to generate radio emission. Recently, astronomers working with a combination of radio regarding optical telescopes announced that FRB 121102, the first repeating fast radio burst, exploded into space with the force of many supernovae. As the press release states, however, astronomers now have a new puzzle. The source of the broadcast is from a surprisingly small galaxy. Since the galaxy is puny, it is thought that black hole physics must be involved with FRB formation. Black holes radiating away their masses does not conform to electric universe theory. Radio waves and range of energy curves are properties of lightning bolts. Computer simulations demonstrate that plasma phenomena are scalable over several orders of magnitude, so they behave in the same way whether in atoms or galaxies. Perhaps FRBs are really flashes of cosmic lightning erupting from electrified clouds of plasma on an immense scale. If correct, FRBs are most likely nearby, so they are less energetic. Plasma is the correct way to interpret their behavior, but it is exploding double layers that impel them. Rather than relying on mathematical phantoms like black holes in tandem with overweight neutron stars, why not create real testable hypotheses and work them up with real physical models? Plasma experiments in the laboratory correspond to plasma formations in space. Because of the scalability factor, under similar conditions, plasma discharges produce the same formations independent of size, whether in the laboratory or on a planetary, stellar, or galactic level. Since duration is proportional to size, an electric spark that lasts for microseconds in the laboratory might last for years at the stellar scale, or millions of years at the galactic scale. Stephen Smith. Very good. And we have another one. Power in perspective. What astronomers call a fast radio burst can release more energy in 5 milliseconds than the sun does in 80 years. Assumed distances to such high energy sources is said to be 1 billion light years or more. Because of redshift measurements, if that is the case, then the power concentrated in those flashes of energy is equivalent to billions of hydrogen bombs. What could generate those forces? At the outset, it is important to consider that in an electric universe, radio waves and a range of energy curves are properties of lightning bolts. Computer simulations demonstrate that plasma phenomena are scalable over several orders of magnitude. They behave in the same way and illustrate basic premise whether in atoms or galaxies. Recently, physicists working with the Australian Square Kilometre Array Pathfinder announced the discovery of so many FRB sources that they effectively doubled the catalog listings, according to Dr. Jean-Pierre McCourt from the Center for Radio Astronomy Research. Bursts travel for billions of years, passing through intergalactic material along the way. Each time this happens, the different wavelengths that make up the burst are slowed by different amounts. Timing the arrival of the different wavelengths tells us how much material the burst has traveled through on its journey. Assumptions about distance and the density of matter in the universe are built on previous assumptions about the size of the universe and its age. Light waves traveling for billions of years through uncounted clouds of gas and dust betrays a factual presumption underlying all ideas about distance and conditions in the universe. Its size is based on Big Bang theory and black holes factor. And when FRB energies are discussed by the mainstream, collisions among black holes or the explosion of black holes are held forth as explanations for the energy signatures. However, laboratory experiments confirm that plasma formations in space can be modeled in the laboratory due to their scalability. Under similar conditions, plasma discharges produce the same formations independent of size. Since duration is proportional to size, an electric spark that lasts for microseconds in a laboratory might last for years on the stellar scale or millions of years on the galactic scale, where they might suddenly erupt and then dim again. Electric universe cosmologists postulate that FRBs are actually occurring in nearby galactic neighborhoods, so they are not unimaginably powerful and not coming from the edge of the universe, as previously written. Plasma discharges in the form of exploding double layers can accelerate particles in ways that are unfamiliar to consensus astrophysicists. Consensus, that's interesting. Plasma physicist and Nobel laureate Dr. Hans Elfane thought that exploding double layers should be considered a new class of celestial object. Electricity is responsible for stellar and galactic behaviors, and when the current density gets too high, double layers in those circuits catastrophically release their excess energy, appearing as FRBs, X-rays, or flares of ultraviolet light. Elfane wrote, "A study of how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers, critical velocity, pinch effects, and circuits is made. It is found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of even the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of them have been well known for half a century, e.g. double layers, Langmuir, 1929 pinch effect, Bennett, 1934. If correct, FRBs are actually nearby,
so are less energetic. Plasma is the correct way to interpret their behavior, but it is exploding double layers that impel them. Rather than relying on mathematical phantoms like black holes, why not create real testable hypotheses and work them up with real physical models? Perhaps FRBs are really flashes of cosmic lightning erupting from electrified clouds of plasma in an immense scale. Stephen Smith. Well, it's almost, he goes more into depth here, but they're pretty much the same. But interesting. I mean, you know, when you have to hypothesize gigantic black holes and neutron stars, you have to also hypothesize huge H-bombs blowing up millions of light years away. Astronomers say Earth has a new mini-moon for now. An asteroid has been caught in our planet's gravity, but it'll float away soon. We have a new space neighbor, at least for a while. Astronomers at NASA-funded Catalina-Sky Survey spotted an asteroid that's caught in Earth's gravity. But the space agency's Center for Near-Earth Object Studies noted that it's on its way out of our planet's orbit. Earth has a new temporarily captured object, possibly a mini-moon, called 2020 CD3. On the night of February 15th, my Catalina Sky Survey teammate, Ted Pruney, and I found a 20th magnitude object. Big news. Earth has a new temporarily captured object, and there's a little video of it here. They calculated that the asteroid is between 1.9 and 3.5 meters in diameter. So I don't think too much of this. It's the second asteroid that's known to have entered Earth's orbit. The previous one, 2006 RH-120, was also discovered by the CSS and orbited Earth for 18 months over 2006 and 2007. And this one will be leaving too, I guess. Solar orbiter blasts off to capture first look at the sun's poles. I don't think they're going to like what they find. Cape Canaveral, Florida. It was Cape Canaveral, then it was Cape Kennedy. Now they've changed it back to Cape Canaveral again. I don't really know the story there. Europe and NASA's Solar Orbiter rocketed into space Sunday night on an unprecedented mission to capture the first pictures of the sun's elusive poles. We're on our way to the sun. Go Solar Orbiter. Maybe you guys can find out what that little curly Q thing is at the sun's 8 o'clock. We're on the way to the sun. All right, I'm going to name
Mara Rodriga.
Mara Rodriga, project manager for the European Space Agency. It's a fantastic moment. It's like, well, we're unstoppable. The $1.5 billion spacecraft will join NASA's Parker Solar Probe, launched 1.5 years ago, and coming perilously close to the sun to unveil its secrets. While Solar Orbiter won't venture close enough to penetrate the sun's corona, or crown-like outer atmosphere like Parker. I mean, Parker went right into the corona. It can take that kind of heat. Well, it will maneuver into a unique out-of-plane orbit that will take it over both poles, never photographed before. Together with powerful ground observatories, the sun's starting space duo will be like an orchestra, according to Gunther Hasinger, the European Space Agency's science director. Every instrument plays a different tune, but together they play the Symphony of the Sun. Oh, I like that, Symphony of the Sun. Solar Orbiter was made in Europe, along with 9 science instruments. NASA provided the 10th instrument and arranged the late-night launch from Cape Canaveral. Atlas V rocket blasted off, illuminating the sky for miles around. Crowds also jammed nearby roads and beaches. The rocket was visible for up to 4 full minutes after liftoff. A brilliant star piercing the night sky. Europe's project scientist Daniel Mueller was thrilled, called it picture perfect. His NASA counterpart, scientist Holly Gilbert, exclaimed one word: wow. NASA declared success 1.5 hours later, once the Solar Orbiter's solar wings were unfurled. Solar Orbiter, a boxy 4,000-pound spacecraft with spindly instruments, booms, and antennas, will swing past Venus in December and again next year, and then past Earth, using the planet's gravity to alter its path. The full science operations will begin in late 2021. Man, I can't believe it's in 2020 already. It's insane. With the first close solar encounter in 2022 and more every 6 months. At its closest approach, Solar Orbiter will come within 26 million miles, 42 million kilometers of the Sun, well within the orbit of Mercury. Parker Solar Probe, by contrast, has already passed within 11.6 million miles, 18.6 million kilometers of the Sun, an all-time record, and is shooting for a slim gap of 4 million miles, 6 million kilometers, by 2025, but it's flying nowhere near the poles. That's where Solar Orbiter will shine. The Sun's poles are pockmarked with dark, constantly shifting coronal holes. They're hubs for the Sun's magnetic field, flipping polarity every 11 years. Solar Orbiter's head-on views should finally yield a full 3D view of the Sun. We're going to see some sweet pictures from that. 93 million miles, 150 million kilometers from our home planet. And it says, with Solar Observatory looking right down the poles, we'll be able to see these huge coronal hole structures. Yeah, maybe you'll get to find out it's electric too, said Nicola Fox, director of NASA's Heliophysics Division. I wonder if it was named after Tesla. That's where all the fast solar wind comes from. It really is a completely different view. I can't wait. To protect the sensitive instruments from the sun's blistering heat, engineers devised a heat shield with an outer black coating made of burned bone charcoal, similar to what was used in prehistoric cave paintings. You can't burn something that's burnt. That's true. The 10-foot by 8-foot, 3-meter by 2.4-meter heat shield is just 15 inches, 38 centimeters thick, and made of titanium foil with gaps in between to shed heat. It can withstand temperatures of nearly 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, 530 degrees Celsius. Embedded in the heat shield are 5 peepholes of varying size that will stay open just long enough for the science instruments to take measurements in X-ray, ultraviolet, visible, and other wavelengths. The observations will shed light on other stars, providing clues as to the potential habitability of worlds in other solar systems. Closer to home, the findings will help scientists better predict space weather, which can disrupt communications. We need to know how the sun affects the local environment here on Earth, and also Mars and the Moon when we move there, said Ian Walters. I just have a feeling I'll never do that. Project manager for Airbus Defense in Space, which designed and built the spacecraft. We've been lucky so far the past 150 years, since a colossal solar storm last hit. We need to predict that. We just can't wait for it to happen. Yeah, we'll lose our entire electric grid. The U.S.-European Ulysses spacecraft launched in 1990 and flew over the sun's poles, but from farther afield and with no cameras on board. It's been silent for more than a decade. Wow. And geez, it was launched in 1990? Holy smokes. It's kind of crazy, but it's been out there. It hasn't worked yet. Europe, what are they waiting for? Europe and NASA's SOHO spacecraft. Okay, yeah, now SOHO I know about. That's a pretty good one. Launched in 95. It is still sending back valuable solar data. Yeah, it's a lot of crazy picture. So much science still yet to do, she said. Well, I thought they were near the end. And definitely a great time to be a heliophysicist.
And then the electric universe front, electrical engineering Dr. Donald Scott began his analysis. Some of the most intriguing early findings, including the probes for this new probe here, the Parker probe, unexpected detection of magnetic reversals as it has moved through the plasma solar environment. As Dr. Scott continues, man, it's wild that they got a probe. Egypt's shock. Dead Sea Scroll scan suggests Noah's Ark was the Great Pyramid of Giza. And I've heard this before, ancient architects. He has a video about the Great Pyramid. There are miles, a labyrinth of caves and passages underneath it. And a famous artist made a plaque about it, or a painting on it. I have that. Egypt's Great Pyramid of Giza may have been the metaphorical object used to shield civilization from the Great Flood narrative told in the story of Noah's Ark, a historian has suggested. In the Bible, Noah's Ark is the vessel used in the Genesis flood story through which God spares Noah, his family, and a selection of the world's animals from a world-ending disaster. And most people assumed the story referred to an actual worldwide event with the Ark as a ship. And Matthew Simpson has put forward a theory that the story actually retold a great flood in the Middle East, where Egypt's high rankers used the Great Pyramid of Giza to shield from the disaster. And they used the Great Pyramid as a source for many things, and one of them was a water purifier, which when you think about that's what they would need the most of, would be water and air. But the Great Pyramid exposed after tiny robot explores mystery shaft. And I'll put the video in the description from Ancient Architects where he surmises the same thing. Mr. Simpson's theory is based on a bombshell discovery in 2016, revealed on his YouTube channel. Oh, our Ancient Architects. Okay, yeah, this is the guy. I'll be damned, he got himself a little press. That's cool. He said last week the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered by Bedouin shepherds more than 50 years ago in the Qumran Caves, the Judea Desert, the West Bank, near the Dead Sea. Yes, the Dead Sea Scrolls and the other one, the Nag Hammadi texts, were found 2 years apart. The find contained around 800 manuscripts, thought to be around 2,000 years old, and contain a range of biblical and non-biblical stories offering experts a glimpse into the past. Some have called it the greatest archaeological discovery of the 20th century. I believe Nag Hammadi was probably even more of a great find than the Dead Sea Scrolls were. But scientists working at the Leon Levy Dead Sea Scrolls Digital Library project scanned tens of thousands of fragments of the scrolls with a custom-made camera that used different wavelengths of light and 28 times
higher resolution standard scans. And it's got some pictures here. Previously illegible words could now be read. Before then, regarding the story of Noah's Ark, scholars had been unable to read a particular word following the Hebrew phrase, the ark's tallness, but the new scans revealed the word Nisaphat. Nazfat. The translation of this word from Hebrew to English means gathered, which Dr. Alexei Yudisky from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem says means that the ark's ribs were gathered at the top to form a shape of a pyramid. But there is more evidence of the ark being described as a pyramid. Mr. Simpson revealed, he added, according to Dr. Yudisky, the Septuagint, a Greek translation of the Old Testament, which dates to the 3rd century BC, also describes the ark as pyramid-shaped, using a Greek verb that also has a similar meaning to gathered. A number of medieval authors, such as Maimonides, also suggested that Noah's Ark was somewhat pyramid-shaped. Many believe that Noah's Ark is just a myth, and some believe it describes a global flood. But it could be the retelling of a story that centers around flooding in the Middle East. The idea of a pyramid-shaped ark, of course, makes us think of ancient Egypt, and we know that Egypt features heavily in the Old Testament. Mr. Simpson said that it is unlikely that there was actually a pyramid-like vessel, but instead the story is a metaphor for how the Egyptians survived the flood. He also pointed out more evidence of his theory. He added, so was Noah's Ark actually an Egyptian pyramid? Reading the specific words of the Old Testament, it would not appear so. And of course, the Egyptian pyramids were not made of wood. But if the story is a retelling of the Great Flood in Egypt, then maybe there is some truth to the idea, which has been lost in translation. There is more evidence. The elaborate bronze doors of the baptistry in Florence, created by Lorenzo Ghiberti, that's the artist I was talking about, who died in the 15th century. The doors were completed in the early 1400s and show scenes from the Old Testament. One illustrates the period just after the biblical Great Flood, when Noah returns to dry land. Interestingly, Ghiberti depicts the ark as a pyramid. Mr. Simpson finalized his theory with one more point. He said, some scholars say that the Great Pyramid of Egypt was built to reflect the primeval mound that, according to the ancient Egyptian tradition, emerged from the expanse of the primordial waters. Well, we know that as the Axis Mundi, which, the Christmas tree and everything else is based around. And absolutely, it would be a pyramid. This story is not thought to be literal. Could the Great Pyramid have actually been a structure to survive the flood? That's what Velikovsky thought. And it probably doubled or tripled as a water purifier. We could have got electric power from it. Could have did a lot of things. They built that thing so well we couldn't do it even today. Maybe the Egyptian elites built their own primal mountain to escape an impending flood. That's what I've always said. Anyways, click the link in the description and check it out. I don't know if some of you maybe were around a year ago when we were talking about the pyramid. I even read your comments in another video. And we got a lot talked about in that video, in those two videos. I think everything was pretty much brought up. But the whole thing started at Velikovsky postulating that it was built to sustain a catastrophe. That's why it had 5 roofs. But we expanded on it. How many remember it? The LYCERGUS Cup. 1600-year-old goblet shows a culture that were nanotechnology pioneers. Researchers have finally found out why the jade green cup appears red when lit from behind. And of course, it's giving full credit to the Romans. I highly doubt that. The colorful secret of the 1600-year-old Roman chalice at the British Museum, did you notice at the British Museum? Shouldn't it be in a Roman museum? Is the key to a super sensitive new technology that might help diagnose human disease or pinpoint biohazards at security checkpoints. The glass chalice
best known as the Lycurgus Cup because it bears a scene involving King Lycurgus of Thrace. Appears jade green when lit from the front, but blood red when lit from behind. There was also a Spartan lawgiver named Lycurgus who lived a lot sooner. A property that puzzled scientists for decades after the museum acquired the cup in the 1950s. Oh, well, maybe they got it by honest means. I figured, they took it in the Middle Ages. The mystery wasn't solved until 1990, when researchers in England scrutinized broken fragments under a microscope and discovered that the artisans were nanotechnology pioneers. They'd impregnated the glass with particles of silver and gold, ground down until they were as small as 50 nanometers in diameter. Less than one suggests the Romans, or whoever they were, knew what they were doing. An amazing feat, says one of the researchers, archaeologist Ian Freeston of the University College London. Ancient nanotech works something like this. When hit with a light, electrons belonging to the metal flex, vibrate in ways that alter the color depending on the observer's position. Gang Logan-Lou, an engineer at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, who has long focused on using nanotechnology to diagnose disease, and his colleagues realized that this effect offered untapped potential. The Romans knew how to make and use nanoparticles for beautiful art.
I never learned the lowdown on it, but I would have thought the cup would have been a lot older.
Pre-Rome. Lou says, we wanted to see if this could have scientific applications. When various fluids filled the cup, Lou suspected they would change how the vibrating electrons in the glass interacted, and thus the color. Today's home pregnancy test exploit a separate nano-based phenomenon to turn a white line pink. As litmus paper too. That don't mean anything. Since the researchers couldn't put liquid into the precious artifact itself, they instead imprinted billions of tiny wells onto a plastic plate about the size of a postage stamp and sprayed the wells with gold or silver nanoparticles, essentially creating an array with billions of ultra-miniature Lycurgus cups. When water, oil, sugar solutions, and salt solutions were poured into the wells, they displayed a range of easy-to-distinguish colors. Green, light green for water, and red for oil, for example. The prototype was 100 times more sensitive to altered levels of salt in solution than current commercial sensors using similar techniques. It may one day make its way into handheld devices for detecting pathogens in samples of saliva or urine, or for thwarting terrorists trying to carry dangerous liquids onto airplanes. The original 4th century AD Lycurgus cup, probably taken out only for special occasion, depicts King Lycurgus ensnared in a tangle of grapevines, presumably for evil acts committed against Dionysus, the Greek god of wine. If inventors manage to develop a new detection tool from this ancient technology, it'll be Lycurgus' turn to do the ensnaring. Show you the guy, the Spartan. He looks similar. See, that was the Spartan Lycurgus. He's got a beard. That's why I thought maybe it might be him. But I haven't seen King Lycurgus yet, so let's see him and see what he looks, how ugly. Let's see, King Lycurgus. You see? Oh, there's a kind of a, yeah, I guess he did have a beard. I don't know enough about it, but I'll...
Tonight is the second part, is Alien Night. We're going to try to get to the bottom of all this hubbub, find out what's going on. One of the most famous inventors and thinkers in history, as well as one of the most misunderstood, must certainly be the Serbian-American inventor, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, and futurist Nikola Tesla. His contributions to science and technology are immeasurable. Throughout his life, developing a range of electrical and mechanical devices are just mind-boggling how he could think these things through. I heard he could see the invention in his mind's eye and do things like test bearings for wear over time in his mind. His contributions to science and technology are immeasurable. Throughout his life, developing a range of electrical and mechanical devices, his alternating current AC, induction motor, related polyphase AC patents, early X-ray imaging devices, and numerous other inventions considered to be nothing short of miracles in his time. He was well ahead of his time, and also predicted many of the technological innovations we take for granted today, such as smartphones and wireless communication. By the time he died in 1943, Tesla was the holder of over 1,000 patents of all kinds, including neon lights. And you know how he invented the neon light? I think I got it from Eric Dollard. Edison was being not a nice guy to Tesla, and he wouldn't let him use his patented light bulb to light the World's Fair. So he invented his own light bulb, neon lights, those kind of lights that come in the tube. Pretty amazing. Artificial lighting, particle beam energy, and many, many more, of course. Considering his mystery and mystique, many stories and conspiracies have gravitated towards Nikola Tesla, including alleged participation in the Philadelphia experiment using teleportation. The invention of the perpetual motion machine, I think that's where he wanted the solar system to power the machine, something like that. The creation of a deadly beam weapon called the Death Ray, and others. And among these, some of the weirdest have to do with alleged alien intelligences. The rumors of Tesla and his connection to aliens have gone deep, with all sorts of conspiracies stating that he was contacted by aliens who helped him along, and even that he was an alien himself. But the most intriguing are the ones that Tesla claimed himself. In an article for Collier's Weekly in 1901, Tesla would make the claim that he had listened in on actual alien communications at his lab in Colorado Springs in 1899. This was an era which both he and Italian inventor Guglielmo Marconi were pioneering the push into radio technology with their groundbreaking discoveries. And one night, Tesla would be testing out a unique radio antenna designed to monitor thunderstorms. He claimed that he had eavesdropped into communications by otherworldly alien intelligences. Even now, at times, I can vividly recall the incident and see my apparatus as though it were actually before me. My first observations positively terrified me, as there was present in them something mysterious, not to say supernatural, and I was alone in my laboratory at night. But at that time, the idea of these disturbances being intelligently controlled signals did not yet present itself to me. It was some time afterward when the thought flashed upon my mind that the disturbances I had observed might be due to an intelligent control. Although I could not decipher their meaning, it was impossible for me to think of them as having been entirely accidental. The feeling is constantly growing on me that I had been the first to hear the greeting of one planet to another. Tesla would speculate that the aliens were perhaps from Mars, which at the time was the main culprit for anything alien related. And he became obsessed with further refining his technology so that he might further communicate with these entities. Marconi himself agreed that this was perfectly legitimate pursuit, and pursued his own radio communications with aliens, which he would claim were met with success, stating, "I have encountered during my experiments with wireless telegraphy a most amazing phenomenon. Most striking of all is receipt by me personally of signals which I believe originated in the space beyond our planet. I believe it is entirely possible that these signals may have been sent by the inhabitants of other planets to the inhabitants of Earth. If there are any human beings on Mars, I would not be surprised if they should find a means of communication with this planet. A linking of the science of astronomy with that of electricity may bring about almost anything. Amazing. Right you are. This all stirred up quite a bit of excitement at the time, appearing in the media in numerous articles and catching the attention of the great inventor and one-time partner of Tesla, turned rival Thomas Edison. Edison was fascinated by the idea of pursuing radio technology for the purposes of communicating with aliens on Mars, and would himself say, "Although I am not an expert in wireless telegraphy, I can plainly see that the mysterious wireless interruptions experienced by Mr. Marconi's operators may be good grounds for the theory that inhabitants of other planets are trying to signal us." Mr. Marconi is quite right in stating that this is entirely within the realm of possible. If we are to accept the theory of Mr. Marconi that these signals are being sent out by inhabitants of other planets, we must at once accept with it the theory of their advanced development. Either they are our intellectual equal or our superiors. It would be stupid for us to assume that we have the corner on all the intelligence in the universe. Through all of this, Tesla supposedly actually invented new antenna towers and equipment specifically for the purpose of continuing his eavesdropping sessions on the aliens. And he seemed to be pushing for this technology to be used for what he saw as a sort of new frontier for the human race. He would express enthusiasm and optimism in his endeavor, once writing, "One day my ear caught what seemed to be regular signals. I knew they could not have been produced upon Earth. Marconi's idea of communicating with the other planets is the greatest and most fascinating problem confronting the human imagination today. To ensure success, a body of competent scientists should be organized to study all the possible plans and put into excitation the best. The matter should be directed probably by astronomers with sufficient backing from men with money and imagination. Supposing that there are intelligent human beings on Mars, success is easily within the range of possibility." Well, you know, that was, they ended up giving it to Hollywood. And, I mean, everything's going wrong, right? Even the wrong people became president, and everything's backwards now, but that's another story. Most certainly, some planets are not inhabited, but others are. And among these, there must exist life under all conditions and phases of development. Personally, I base my faith on the feeble planetary electrical disturbances, which I discovered in the summer of 1899, and which, according to my investigations, could not have originated from the sun, the moon, or Venus. Further study, science has satisfied me that they must have emanated from Mars. All doubt in this regard will soon be dispelled. I have observed electrical actions which have appeared inexplicable, faint and uncertain though they were. They have given me a deep conviction and foreknowledge that ere long all human beings on this globe, as one, will turn their eyes to the firmament above with feelings of love and reverence, thrilled by the glad news. Interestingly, although Tesla found so much promise in this, he would suddenly give up his experiments delving into such matters, spawning conspiracy theories, that he was silenced by those who did not want this knowledge to be known. It dovetails nicely into the fact that much of his writings and diaries were confiscated by the FBI after his death, and it all adds further layer to the mysterious life of an already enigmatic figure. Tesla had become almost legendary, with countless tales of weirdness surrounding him, and now he can add to the time he supposedly contacted aliens in the mix. It is perfectly feasible he merely picked up anomalous signals from space that had more mundane explanations beyond their ability to explain at the time. But in the end, we are left to wonder what he really found, and what might have happened had he been allowed to continue his research. It is all very fascinating indeed, and adds to the many tales of this mysterious figure from history. Indeed, Brent Swenser. Excellent article, Brent. I'll leave a link in the description.
Yeah, you know, there's someone, I read somewhere that he was communicating with the Black Knight, or the Dark Knight.
I'll start when you throw down. Yeah. Major Keyhole, as author of the book Flying Saucers Are Real, what is your opinion of these new sightings of unidentified objects?
With all due respect to the Air Force, I believe that some of them will prove to be of interplanetary origin. During a 3-year investigation, I found that many pilots have described objects of substance and high speed. One case, pilots reported their plane was buffeted by an object which passed them at 500 miles an hour. Obviously, this was a solid object, and I believe it was from outer space.
This gentleman who was in the Air Force as a younger guy, and I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with his story. They were photographing weapons, a dummy weapon that was launched, and in comes this UFO out of nowhere, catches up to it going 8,000 miles an hour, goes around it like it's sitting still, and then takes off. And it was he didn't say anything about it for 30 years. I don't really think he's the kind of guy to make things up. He's a professor. That is to say, I know professors can make things up, but I don't think he's making this up. Something happened. Couldn't resist this one. This guy's last name is Tompkins, and he tells one of the weirdest stories I think I've ever heard. He's also the guy who tells the story of Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin running into giant ships on the moon. Has this guy just been maybe hitting the gas a little bit too much? Or is he for real?
Extraterrestrials over Los Angeles. Most people were told it was Japanese, but it wasn't. Tell us what you know, Bill, what you saw.
No, actually, we were living in Long Beach at that time, and around 7 o'clock, my brother and I were reading the newspaper on the floor. My dad called us and told us to come out onto the deck. We were on the second floor of a very large house that was broken up into 4 apartments. And so they had a big deck way up. And we were 4 blocks from the ocean. So we couldn't see the water, but we could see the area above it, and here was this bright light. And all 3 of us were looking at it. We called some of the neighbors, and they came out on their deck. We all looked at it. And while we were watching it for several minutes, a tiny beam came out of it and at about a 45-degree angle to the left and went down towards the ocean. That beam then flipped up directly towards our apartment. Hit the back of the apartment, hit the trees, lit up everything around us, and went out.
Somebody knew you were watching. That's wild. That didn't just happen.
It was weird.
Yeah.
And,
Was this Bill? Excuse me. Was this before or after the anti-aircraft had unloaded? Was it 4,000 rounds or something at this object, or is this a second object? What do you think?
No, this was before, because later in the evening the anti-aircraft started firing. And incidentally, what has not been published is the number of U.S. Navy anti-aircraft guns. We had the whole fleet at that time, and they used up all of their 20 millimeter, 40 millimeter, and 5-inch guns.
Firing out of where were they anchored? L.A. Harbor? Long Beach?
They were in Long Beach Harbor.
And they were shooting at this? Wow. Nobody talks about
the
that.
Coast Guard, the Coast Artillery was firing at them. And of course, searchlights, we had 8 searchlights on this one big one that came in and it parked. And it was there for over an hour.
Right, yeah.
Different ones came above it, came beside it, came underneath it. The searchlights would pull off of the big one and follow the smaller ones and try to shoot them down. And it continued, but finally it got boring, so we went back to bed around 3.
I have never heard this before. That's fascinating. Go ahead.
Our neighbors stayed the whole night, and they said that it really didn't stop till around almost 5 o'clock. But the next day, there was articles in the paper that they thought there had been some military aircraft coming in. It was just a cover-up.
Sure, of course.
But my dad was, like your friend, he was the guy that was responsible for that area. And, of course, he talked to everybody. And the interesting thing to me was that nobody got excited. Nobody got upset. There weren't any heart attacks. And while this was going on, over in London, Germany was bombing London. And those people were trying to get underneath the ground so they didn't get killed.
Mm-hmm.
And we have vehicles above us at less than 8,000 feet, most of them.
Right.
They were real high. And nobody was fast. All of them were slow. And many of them just parked.
Many of them what? Say that again, Bill. Many of them were...
Many of them just parked. They stopped. And they parked there.
Wow.
And this is right in Long Beach.
This is astonishing because we've only heard... Bob, you know this. The standard story on the Battle of L.A. was that there was one craft slowly meandering its way from the Culver City, Santa Monica Mountains area, all the way down to Long Beach before it, quote, disappeared. That's all we heard.
There were 2 public releases. One of them was unclassified one, said we fired 1,432 rounds of ammunition. And then, of course, there was a top secret release that said that we recovered one craft that had been shot down and crashed in San Bernardino Mountains, and the other craft was salvaged by the Navy at sea.
Okay, hold on. I've heard rumor that one went down by Long Beach offshore and went into the water, crashed.
Correct.
I've heard another rumor that something went down in, I think it was El Monte, and a truck, a big lowboy, a flatbed truck came in, and that may have been an American fighter that was up there and got hit by our own friendly fire. I don't know. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't know that case.
Okay.
I'm quoting from a top secret majestic document.
Oh my, okay. So 2 of these, you'd think that they'd know better than to park while they're getting shot at, but 2 were shot down, or one was damaged and it crashed in the ocean. The other went down the San Bernardino Mountains. The big one, we'll call that the mothership just for fun, moved off and apparently was undamaged. You can see the pictures of the Battle of Los Angeles, and you can see the exploding AA all around this thing and on it, and it wasn't damaging the big one. The smaller craft perhaps were scout craft, and they weren't so heavily able to withstand the bombardment. Now, what Bill just said is that the ships in Long Beach emptied their magazines. They had no more ammo to fire. So that would jack up the 1,700 round number to thousands.
Well, it would, and this was an Army report, so they probably didn't count the Navy rounds.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Fascinating. Okay, Bill.
It was interesting that there were several ships in the Navy dry docks in San Pedro.
Yes.
And they didn't even have most of their crews there, but the crews that were there grabbed their guns, they got their ammunition, and they're firing from ships that are in dry dock.
They're not even in the water. That's amazing.
They weren't even in the water.
If you recall, Bill, where were we last time when we let off in the narrative, and where would you like to pick it up?
Well, what sort of left off?
There are very many famous pictures, very intriguing indeed. Let's have a look at a few of my favorite.
Guy, and he had a degree in plasma physics, and he was also a consultant to NASA, and he was a consultant to people out at the Palos Verdes nuclear power generating station just 50 miles west of Phoenix. The other thing he said was there was a base on the moon. I find that quite astounding. I mean, I have heard astounding things, not only from this colonel, okay, but also probably the highest rank was a retired 3-star general, lieutenant general in the Air Force. And he knew another guy that I was in contact with, and this other guy claims that he worked 7 years on the U.S. anti-gravity program. And if a fraction of what he told me, and I've got it tape recorded, is true. Whoa. What a sham the space program is. Because there's another space program going on. A secret space program. And that's what I was attempting to find. In fact, You don't have to go too far to find that there is some secret space programs going on, because they had their own shuttles and their own astronaut crews right out here at Vandenberg Air Force Base, unbeknownst to everybody, and they scuttled a $5 billion facility that was housed there at one time. That was back in the 80s. But the kind of space program he was talking about is using a spacecraft that can leave the bounds of our atmosphere and travel to the planet Mars at 0.8 C, 0.8 the speed of light. I said, how do you know that? I've been there, he said.
All right, now we might ask the question, well, what the hell is NASA all about? If this stuff is going on, what are NASA doing? Well, I'm going to show you a clip of Barack Obama speaking at the Kennedy Space Center.
Of course, we all know that it would be impossible to be able to render an answer 100% for sure whether there is an alien presence on Earth or not. I'm not prepared to believe it at this time. However, the evidence is gathering, and if there were, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Take care. Good night. I think they're ours. We live in a great big world. I have found in that big world there are things that occasionally come along that are not easily explained. Mysteries. I have always been attracted to these mysteries since I can remember. And I only know one thing. The older I get, the more I learn. That's a given. But the weirder and stranger this world gets. There is still very much we do not know about our world, but these are some of my favorites. Just a few at this time. And I'm also up for new content, so let me know what you think. Now, these are some of the strangest things that I've come across or known about for some time. And of course, if you're anything like me, the stranger it is, the more intrigued I am. The more I want to find out what, if anything, is there. And a few of them
you might want to chuckle or even scoff out of hand at. But have you ever thought something was completely ridiculous only to find out it was true? The question I asked in the history video is still valid. To me, everything deserves a serious look. Check some of these things out and let me know what you think, because your comments positively give me a different direction, or can make me see it in an entirely different way, which I'm not stating I believe it. I'm just presenting it to say, what do you think of this? It's happened before. Okay, let's get it going.
Let's get down. Get back up again.
Number 1. Giants of renown. There are many tales of a lost civilization of giants, as old as humanity itself. There are the titans of ancient Greek myths who battled the gods of Olympus. Actually, history and the whole planet are littered with their bones and graves. For some reason, the Smithsonian Institute just won't go there. It's very difficult to get any truth. For whatever reason, mainstream does not want us to know. In the 1960s, giants were common knowledge and thought to have existed. They even had a children's show called The Friendly Giant. But then, flying carpets and giants just disappeared off the face of the earth. But the most well-known giants are the ones that are in the Bible. The Bible describes giants as the product of supernatural beings called Nephilim, mating with earth women. The Quran speaks of giants. Of Ad and Kamut speak of huge and powerful giants who apparently could uproot trees with their bare hands. In my video from Velikovsky's Nephilim, he says this:
as the
dethronement
and emasculation of Uranus by Kronos. If the ancient legends of a battle between the gods and titans, so persistent in the Greek world, but also in the mythologies of other civilizations, have any historical value, we may try to find what may have been the substratum of this fantasy. It seems that following great convulsions of nature, observable in the celestial sphere, giant bodies were hurled on the earth. They arrived, burned, and were crushed by impact. But at least one group of escapees succeeded in safely reaching the earth. They descended on Mount Hermon, or Anti-Lebanon. Of the extra-biblical traditions dealing with the subject, some reach hoary antiquity.
And in a second essay by Velikovsky on the subject of giants, she says this:
certain. The Hebrew scriptures, as preserved in the Old Testament and in the Talmud and Midrashim, narrate that among the races of the world in the previous age were races of giants, men of great size, tremendous strength and ferocity, who were destroying other races, but also were turning upon each other and destroying themselves. The book of Genesis 6:4 narrates that in the antediluvial time there were giants on the earth in those days.
There are also giants in Hindu writings. Now, the tallest human on record was Robert Pershing Wadlow, who was 8 feet 11 inches tall, who certainly had to have some kind of genes from giants. He had giant's disease, where the body's cells never stopped growing, but that had to come from somewhere. There is a video from George Halicki, who claims this is authentic and real footage of a true, certain giant individual from Japan walking in some military parade. What's shocking about it is his actual size. He has a stature of at least 3 to 4 meters high, which is a minimum of 13 feet. Thus, his tales, Gilgamesh was a giant, And of course, don't forget Egypt. The hieroglyphics are full of giants. Hugh Newman, the co-author of Giants on Record, mentioned in his book about the monumental structures of Egypt and their relationship with giants. He wrote, "The Akbar el-Zaman, also known as the Book of Wonders, circa 900 to 1100 AD, is an Arabian compilation of medieval lore about Egypt and the world before the Great Flood. What it says is Egypt had giants galore up the wazoo. It claims that the people of Ad were giants, so Shaddad was most likely one, and it is said that he built the monuments of Dashur with the stones that had been carved in the time of his father. Before this, the giant Harjit had begun its construction. At a later date, Kaftarim, another giant, placed secrets in the pyramids of Dashur and other pyramids to imitate what had been done of old. He founded the city of Dendera. Dashur consists of the Red Pyramid and Bent Pyramid. Was constructed during the reign of Pharaoh Sneferu, 2613 to 2589 BC. Dendera consists of highly decorated pillars dedicated to the goddess Hathor. The text goes on to say that Nakros, the first king of Egypt, after the flood, with his companions, built monuments, erected high towers, and executed the wonderful works, while the city of Memphis was the work of a later set of giants, who worked for King Misraim. Another giant later, it describes the work of more of these colossi. Adim was a giant with insurmountable strength and the greatest of men. He ordered the quarrying of rocks and their transportation to build pyramids, as had been done in former times. There you have it. The reason pyramids were built, because they were built in former time. That's it. The only reason. No big deal. We do it because we've always done it, and for no other reason. They had no use or purpose. Just busy beavers building dams, with only one little teeny-weeny problem. Along the way, we forgot how to make them last. In fact, many myths and ancient texts are bound to the stories of giants. For example, of course, there are the Nephilims in Genesis 6:4 Bible are portrayed as giants. Besides, according to the Gilgamesh epic, Gilgamesh surpassed other kings in bodily stature. He was estimated to have been between 4.8 to 5.4 meters tall, 16 and 18 feet. The first pharaoh of Egypt, circa 3150 BC, was called Menes, or Narmer, but is more famously remembered as the Scorpion King. There is no record of his stature, but he is depicted as being very tall on the famous Narmer palette, circa 3100 BC, and during his reign, oversized artifacts were created and now preserved in a museum in Oxford, England. The third dynasty saw the Great Pyramid of Saqqara built, with numerous other temples in the complex. Djoser, who buried the gigantic king Khashekami, and may have been his son, was the ruler of Saqqara during its construction. Within the complex, a painting of the giant, who clearly appears to have an elongated skull, was photographed by Egyptologist Zawi Hawass, examining it. Yay, Zawi! Another proof of giants in ancient Egypt are the gigantic coffin, the Serapeum, which we've discussed before, near Saqqara. It is composed of 25 massive granite and diorite coffins, weighing up to 70 tons each, and mummified Apis bulls were sealed in them, allegedly, as part of an ancient cult. But no bull bones or mummies have ever been found. Interesting. As we have discussed in the previous show. Okay, reconnection successful. You know, this is just what I need. Another headache.
How's everybody doing out there? I don't know if you're seeing me or not. It keeps going red and then yellow and then green and then red and then yellow and then green. I hope that you can hear me. I don't know if you're seeing me or not. It keeps going. Okay, that's good. Sorry about the problems we're having. I'm just going to soldier on. As long as I know we're broadcasting. Okay. Here we go. Back to the story. If I find it, like a dope. Okay, here it is.
These are the same people that built the pyramids, you know, that built the South American pyramids, the Teotihuacan, all those cities. These are all the same people. You'll see how they use their knowledge wisely. Just like our soil, there are no nutrients in it anymore. No minerals. You have to go to the sea. And it's deep beneath the stone causeway of the so-called Khafra's pyramid. The alabaster coffin of Seti I is 9 feet 4 inches, 2.84 meters long, and is currently housed in the SATURN Museum in London. He was also the larger-than-life figure depicted on the Abydos King list, and with the massiveness of his coffin. And the statues. Many giants in Egypt and South America with the Toltecs, who even seem to have tall in their name. The fascinating one is that there is a good possibility there were Cyclops on the Earth at one time. In 1940, a newspaper in Arizona reported the finding of a giant skull in a detailed newspaper report. Then there are the Chinese giants. In 2017, archaeologists unearthed the graves of some giants in Shandong, China, and archaeologists unearthed the bones of giants in Hillsboro, Ohio, right by Serpent Mound, which I still think is the depiction of a comet. Then there is the giant of Ohio, where workers unearthed the skeleton of a giant. One of the most famous skulls unearthed was the giant skull of a Cyclops. I've never really believed it to be a fact, but it does seem that Cyclops actually may have once existed. One fine foggy winter day, workmen unearthed this huge cycloptic skull. And one of the greatest discoveries was also the unique giant in Thailand. In Krabi, Thailand, to be exact. It was a male skeleton that measured 6 meters. That's about 24 feet. But I'm very curious to know what you think. I would like to read your comments. What is your stance on the giants of Earth's past? Do you think they're still with us? Or do you think they're long extinct? Let me know below. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. And I will see you later. On 23 November 1944, at the height of World War II, a base in Kortenberg, Belgium became the site of one of World War II's biggest mysteries. It seems personnel at the base were shocked to see a B-17 bomber flying low and hurtling towards them. Since no emergency message had been sent, no one expected to see the plane so recklessly flying above. Personnel at the base could only wait and watch as the lumbering bomber came hurtling towards them. They were very relieved when the bomber just missed the base's building structure. As it passed by, they noticed the landing gear was down. It hit the ground pretty hard and bounced while it was slowing down. It was bouncing its way down the runway before eventually coming to a stop.
Everyone was relieved when no one else was injured, as they waited with bated breath for perhaps the crew to come out and explain their situation. After 20 minutes passed and no one appeared, those who had observed the crash were hesitant to approach the plane. They were worried about their enemies resorting to sneaky tactics, perhaps booby-trapping the plane. So at first they believed it to be a trap. Eventually, a British major named John Crisp decided to investigate. After cautiously approaching the plane, Mr. Crisp opened the hatch, and once inside, he made a pretty startling discovery. The entire interior of the plane was empty. After Crisp found some partially eaten food, he ascertained that it had to have been at one time occupied. However, there was no one in the plane, alive or dead, and the plane's parachutes had not been yet used. How could the plane have flown and landed on a base without a crew? The military began to investigate and eventually discovered that the crew was alive and well in Belgium. They reported that the plane had been damaged and, for whatever reason, put the plane on autopilot and bailed out. I guess, damn the torpedoes wherever it lands. But just how could the plane have traveled so far without a crew? How could the crew have escaped without parachutes? And most perplexing of all, how is it that the plane could have landed itself at a military base? All these years later, these questions have never been answered. I found this to be most intriguing. So if you know, or if you have an opinion, please put it in the comments. What do you think? Now this one will go straight to Freaky Land. Well, maybe chalk another one up for the aquatic ape hypothesis. Maybe. As three friends somewhere were fishing in their boat, one of the friends claimed that he felt something grab him, and they started looking around to see what it could be, and they did. One drops a water bottle into the water, and this is what happens. Tell me what you think.
Biarin aja botolnya, biarin aja dia, biarin aja di kapur. Botolnya itu, dia mau keluar.
Do you think that is a humanoid mermaid type hand, or is it a prank? It's a pretty good one if it is, because it looks pretty real. And going back to our mermaid show, there have been myths and tales of mermaids and mermen, teachers of men, all throughout history. Allegedly, a German photographer photographed a movie of a real woolly mammoth in Siberia. So you think that they were extinct? This video is considered to be particularly unusual. The mysterious footage appears to be that of a long extinct woolly mammoth, the size and shape of a large tusked elephant. The creature seems too long-haired to be anything else. The timing is eerie, because by that time the animal had been known to be long extinct. So what do you think? It would have been hard to fake an 8mm film in 1948, and it has the look that it's about right for that time. Of course, that can be fake. But what do you think? And if you know anything about this, do let me know in the comments. Thank you. Are we living in an alien's computer game? Elon Musk thinks it's probable. Elon Musk is messing with our heads again. This time he's saying it more than likely that life on Earth is just a creative imaging of a super advanced civilization that is playing us for their super advanced entertainment pleasure. His argument, which was covered in lots of places, runs so: Step 1. Look at the rate in which humans have made progress in computers simulating technology. Step 2. If we extrapolate and keep inventing and improving at that rate, it is entirely likely that at some point we are going to be able to simulate something that is indistinguishable from reality. Step 3. If humans are going to get there, then it's more than likely that someone has already done it. Step 4. Therefore, we mere mortals are probably part of someone else's simulation as we live our lives right now, which always makes me wonder, where is the source for electricity? Musk is actually riffing on a 2003 paper by Oxford professor of philosophy Nick Bostrom. Are we living in a computer simulation? Known as the simulation argument. Bostrom theorized that one of three propositions is true. 1. The human race is likely to become extinct before reaching a post-human stage. Hence, Musk's imperative to get to Mars. 2. Any post-human civilization is unlikely to run a significant number of simulations of its evolutionary history. 3. We are most certainly living in a computer simulation. His argument is that the best we can hope for is that option 3 is true. But is it really likely that we are in simulation? What assumptions go into making such an argument? And can we tear apart those assumptions? We also think the argument is pointless, because even if the above were true, what could we do about it? And would it matter if what looks like reality isn't reality, but we have no access to what might be behind this reality? How could it change our lives, given that we can never find out? I just wanted to add something. You know, I know a person who had a near-death experience, and I know there's a lot of people that have. And from what he told me, just the story of the two guys on opposing teams working together for 20 minutes waiting for the ambulance to get there to bring him back to save his life is a miraculous story. And he saw his dad. He had a heart attack. He flatlined for 20 minutes while they worked on him. He was a pitcher in my league. After he survived, they saved his life. Two doctors happened to be there, and they were giving him CPR. And he told me this time that he was carried to heaven by angels, saw his dad, and his dad said, "What are you doing here?" And he goes, "I don't know." And he said, "No, you need to go back." And he pushed him, and he fell, and then all of a sudden he heard, "Shh, breathe." Now that's pretty freaky. That makes me think that we're not in a simulation, if that's the case. Finally, the Musk musings reveal a shocking lack of imagination about what aliens are capable of. How likely is it that super-intelligent extraterrestrial beings are living even remotely the same sort of lives as us? Are they also playing around on computer games when they should be doing their homework? Really, is parental supervision equally bad in Cyborg? And why would we think we are that interesting for this species to want to play with us in their simulation? What do you think? I'd really be interested to know.
No, there's a 1 in billions chance that this is base reality.
Oh. 1 in billions.
The master of the universe.
I got a big mouth, sorry. I think it's possible we're on our lunch break and we're taking a mental vacation. When we wake up, we'll be on a couch and find out we passed the half an hour.
Well, that's going to do it for this show, folks. Please don't forget to like, share, comment, donate if you can to help the cause. Become a super supporter with Patreon or PayPal. But it's important for me to let people know who's stepping up and how grateful I am. That'll do it for me tonight. Take care. That's the end down the road.
Out there.
Hello, everyone. I would like to talk to you tonight about ancient Egypt, electricity, and some moon mysteries that have been on my mind, and I've been thinking about some things. First, tonight, we're going to take a little dive into the ancient Egyptians have electricity. To me, a very interesting and intriguing question. There seem to be plenty of clues. I don't know, what do you think about this? It seems to me for quite a long time now we've been surmising and hypothesizing about the ancient Egyptians having electric power. I remember talking about the jet pillar in previous videos, reminding me of some kind of an electrode. It sure does look electric. So let's start off with what we know and do our best to analyze it with the information that we have. It is known the electric catfish of the Nile was known by the ancient Egyptians, which certainly could have given them the concept of electric charge. And it's been promulgated that the Great Pyramid was an electric powerhouse of some kind. And pretty much most of us should already know or have heard about the Baghdad battery, an ancient electric cell battery found near modern-day Baghdad, Iraq, by a German archaeologist in 1936. One of the most interesting and highly debated artifacts of the Baghdad Museum in Iraq is a clay pottery. It stands about 5 to 6 inches high, encapsulates a copper cylinder suspended in the center of this cylinder, but not touching it is an iron rod to be filled with vinegar or wine. And this would make a cell more than a battery, and if you put all of them together, then you get battery. The term battery mostly means a battery of cells, like an artillery battery. According to Brian Forrester, the ancient Egyptians indeed knew about electricity and utilized it to the maximum benefit, which wouldn't surprise me a bit. The jet pillar is performing the same function as a Tesla tower or coil.
You can touch it, but here, the giants here are the ancient Cometians. They're being pictured as giants. Now, we'd say to people, is it symbolic or is it actual? Why does it have to be either or? Why can it not be both? They could have been giants, but giants of mind. Okay, both. This shows a knowledge of electricity that was there. Why, if it's symbolic, do you have a wire being plugged into a box?
I thought that was...
Of course, and this is the backbone of Osiris. The Jed pillar, Jed pillar, where they come to the name used in Arabic today in Egypt. Jeddah means grandpa, papa.
Well, you know, I remember Neil Thompson said that he thinks the ancients in Egypt worshipped the great electricity. And there's all kinds of clue that they were indeed using electricity from the ceilings of the Serapeum and the Great Pyramids. There are no scorch marks from having torches. They had to have some kind of an electric power that they were using. And speaking of the Serapeum, that is one giant crazy place. The more you learn about it, the crazier it gets. Just in case you don't know about the Serapeum of Saqqara, I'll give you a refresher or a brief synopsis. The Serapeum of Saqqara was the ancient Egyptian burial place for sacred bulls of the Apis cult at Memphis. It was believed the bulls were incarnations of the god Ptah, which would become immortal after death as Osiris Apis, a name which evolved to Usahapi. What a name to have. I mean, who could have a name better than You So Happy? In the Hellenistic period, it has these vaults with these huge lids on them that weigh about 50 tons. And it is a complete mystery how these giant vault-like tombs got inside these dugout rooms. How those huge granite boxes with the lids so big it would take 200 people to move could have been maneuvered inside of those tiny little rooms is beyond me. Inside these little vaults that looks like they were carved right out of the bedrock. What in the world could they have done that with? And it's very clean, too. Then they somehow squeezed them giant vaults into these tiny rooms.
According to Brian Forster, when they were discovered in the 19th century, there were humanoids inside of them. They must have had some kind of tools. It would be difficult to imagine how such a thing could be accomplished with dologerite hammer and a copper chisel. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. It just seems highly unlikely to me. What do you think? This image reminds me of Dracula's lair. Now, it's said that the Egyptians made ornate carvings of just about every creature imaginable. Things like crocodiles and even insects and birds. To look at it, one might not think that the SAQQUARA bird is anything out of the ordinary until it is looked at by an aerodynamics expert, to which they would say that the design is aerodynamically perfect. Is it possible that it's not a bird at all? It doesn't have feathers and has a tail like an airplane. The carving was found in a tomb in Saqqara toward the end of the 19th century. It is said to be about 2,200 years old. Some believe it's an out-of-place object due to its tail design. Plus, the thin wings are more reminiscent of an aircraft than a bird. And like I said, there are no feathers. So is it a hawk or is it a glider? The SAQQUARA bird. And also in Saqqara is the SAQQUARA disc. Well, you had the SAQQUARA bird, and now you have the SAQQUARA disc. It's also called the schist disc. It was found in the 1930s. Most people are struck by the same thought when they first see it, that it's a steering wheel for a car, made 5,000 years before the first car. It also presents the problem that the wheel-shaped disc is much older than the invention of the wheel. The disc is made from a delicate, particular kind of rock, and it only 1 inch thick. If it was dropped, it would shatter like glass. What was its purpose? Nobody knows. Alternative ideas range from a fancy candlestick holder, but no other holders have been found that even closely resemble the schist disc. Its purpose is unknown. Now, what this gentleman says in this particular video, you'll find linked in the description. He says that the text with the hieroglyphs reads that they had control of a great power, and that great power could be abused. And it was a warning to those who have the ability to control that power. And of course, the power is electricity. I found that quite interesting. As for the electric question, it really depends on how many coincidences you are willing to accept and not think something of it. Okay, so you got the images at Abydos. All right, it's a coincidence. All right, then you got the gigantic tombs that were said by locals to have one time housed giant humanoid Serapeum in Saqqara. Another coincidence, you got the Great Pyramid, that they would have a very hard time building it even today with machinery. Another coincidence. There's 3 right there. You have hieroglyphs with them walking around carrying the giant light bulbs. That's a coincidence. See, it's just too many coincidences. That's just what I think. I'm told that the snake in the middle symbolizes electricity. You have all of the big skulls from Peru, and there were in Egypt too. I mean, check out this fella. I mean, he's a dandy. I bet he was popular in his time. It really makes one think that something was going on in our deep past that we have no clue of. They had some kind of technology going on. They've left their calling card all over the world. The underground cities, all of the references to electricity. It seems something had to have been going on. And for some reason, it either has something to do with Mars. Cairo just happens to mean Mars. or the moon, which is strange in itself. It's said that Thoth and Adam came from the moon, but it's never been explained any further than just that. What's up with that? What is that supposed to mean? So I found out that the Jed pillar is Jeddah. Sounds similar to Jedi, doesn't it? Which means grandfather, or backbone of Osiris, or Kundalini. The force, the electric force, is with us. For sure. The whole universe is about being electric. The ancient Egyptians seemed to know this. And from the wonderful video I have linked in the description from Ryan Forrester, he says in it that the texts tell the story, and the texts say that the knowledge of the great energy can be abused. Most archaeologists with mainstream wouldn't dare such a thing. They're forbidden, or they'll be out of the gravy train loop. But it was actually Benjamin Franklin who discovered electricity. When he flew his historic kite, he was known to have been quoted as saying, "The sky is electric." Ben was kind of a rock star of his day. He hung out in Paris during the Revolution, trying to get France's help in fighting the British, and the French were quite smitten with him. He took to wearing a raccoon skin cap. It became such a fuss, all the Parisians had to have one, so he sent to America for as many coonskin caps that they could make and send there. He was known to be a bit of a partier, liked to burn at both ends, and it's even said he was a bit of a womanizer. But at least he was an honest scientist. For that, I have to say that I respect and admire old Ben. What do you think to the thought that the ancients in Egypt built all that stuff, and the Egyptians just kind of came in and homesteaded on it? I think it's very possible that it's something very unusual and majestic took place all over the world at one time, and the peoples who came in afterward are the ones getting the credit. That it wasn't the ancient Egyptians. It was probably the ancients in Egypt before the Egyptians. Just my guess. What's yours? I'm interested to know. Their hieroglyphics show them working with electricity everywhere. It's beginning to look like another race of beings, humanoids, not human, possibly inhabited ancient Egypt, and they were a very intelligent race of beings. Like I have said many times before, at one time on this planet there were a race of geniuses that were living on the earth. A Jeb pillar to me always resembled electricity, coupled with the fact that we've been getting teased by their hieroglyphics since they were carved, or since they were discovered, I guess I should say, that they were up to something with high tech. There's the mainstream Egyptology seems to be completely left-brained on the matter, even though these people drew images, these magnificent giant light bulbs in their hieroglyphics take it as some kind of symbolism for the lotus flower, was what I heard it symbolizes to them. But really, if you just look at the picture, it shows what could be a giant holding these giant light bulbs, and they're plugged in. They're plugged in to a Jeb pillar. Now I have to say, when I learned about this next artifact, my mind was blown, but it got double blown. If you didn't know about the COLGANT disc, then prepare to have your mind blown.
because I didn't know this thing existed until just recently, and I'm still marveling over it. This is what it is. It is an artifact. Colgant disk is said to be a model of our galaxy. What? And this is where I got my mind blown the first time. How can an ancient artifact be a model of our galaxy? But here's the kicker. It's got a hole right where the sun should be. And whoever put it there knew that the sun is not in the arms of the galaxy, but it's on a spur. If they didn't have telescopes and weren't spacefaring, how could they have possibly known that? Was it just a good guess? No, it's twice. That's double mind blown. How could anyone figure any of this out thousands of years ago? Some ancient artifacts are truly puzzling. Like this one, it blew my mind. It's a mind blower because I didn't know about it before. 2,000-year-old disco colgant is an object that was produced for unknown reasons, or at least it seems so to us, modern humans. Was it an ancient tool, a high-tech device, ritual artifact? Or does it offer evidence of our ancestors' vast knowledge of astronomy? And, well, let's just call it what it is. It looks like a model of the Milky Way galaxy. And there's even a dot where the sun should be. Isn't that interesting? Who made the disco colgant and why? It may just be a coincidence, of course, but the disco colgant makes us easily think this is a graphic representation of the Milky Way, or perhaps some other galaxy. But modern astronomers know the majority of spiral galaxies contain a central bulge surrounded by a flat rotating disk of stars. Not really too much on this thing, but what else could it be? Which, goes right back to the original argument of the super geniuses that were spacefaring. How could they not have been if they're drawing star maps of the galaxy that looks just like the Milky Way? I'm not saying it's that, but that's what it looks like to me. That's it. But, we just throw things in the big mystery bag and never have to deal with them. What even can be an explanation for a thing like that that's not the obvious? Now, I often like to look up at the moon and muse about what's there, but what about this? If there's one place in this solar system that is as enigmatic or crazy as ancient Egypt, it's the moon. There have been stories of NASA hiding things on the moon. Story of aliens parked on the side of a crater watching the moon landing. There is a picture of what looks like a satellite dish on the moon, a cooling tower, buildings. Tell me what you make of this little video here. It sure does look like it could be real. Now, this brief video is a set of interesting images put together. It looks like a moon being just having a look what's going on in his backyard, I guess. To me, like, it would be hard to fake that, but I'm not saying it's real. It's probably just a really good fake. Apollo 11, that allegedly captured this footage of a moon being, undeniably proving life on other planets. But what are the odds? Just like everything, you have to sort the wheat from the chaff. Unfortunately, when it comes to the moon, it's mostly chaff. But there is something freaky about it, isn't there? Oh, and mustn't forget, here's what looks like a TR-3B taking a break on the lunar surface. I can't make this up, folks. It's 400 times smaller than the sun, but 400 times closer. And it completely covers the sun in an eclipse. I wonder what the odds for that would be. There is also the crazy blue Aristarchus crater. Why does it look geometrically shaped? Why does it look like it has a face? Is that all pareidolia? It's been so long since I used it.
lest we forget the CP-30 head found on a crater by Apollo 17 astronaut. Now, I don't know what to think of this. I know it comes from Richard Hoagland and Mike Barra, and they do have an agenda, it seems. Is it fraudulent or is it real? Is this a real robot head? Let me know if you know. The only agenda I'm interested in is the truth. Plus, some guy recently took a picture with just his camera, I think. They got some pretty good ones out there for taking moonshots. Caught a bright spot on the moon resembling a city. Wonder what that is. On the moon. There's another funny story that kind of connects a dot in a way. When Buzz and Neil were doing their thing on the moon in 1969, the Chinese had sent a message through India asking them to look for a Chinese princess. Well, ironically enough, this Apollo 20 trip was allegedly to an abandoned spaceship that was crash-landed on the moon. And on board the crash-landed rocket, which is immense, they found a Chinese princess. Coincidence? Again, I don't know. The story is very intriguing. I'm just trying to ascertain if there's any kind of truth to it or if it's just all a bunch of baloney. BS. You heard about the exploits of the alleged Apollo 20? I've always thought that this was a hoax. I want to know what you think about it. It is interesting, but I still believe it to be a hoax. But then I found out not long ago there really was an Apollo 20 and it was really scrubbed in the 70s. That made me think, how about that? And it's a very good fake, if that's what it is. Never watched it before. But, you know, I'm sure people can do these kinds of things in studios, and why they do them, I'll never know, but, you know, because of that, we can never really trust our own eyes. But that led me to ask myself a series of questions. Let's just say, for example's sake, that there was a spaceship crash-landed on the surface of the moon and NASA could get to it. Would they tell us? I would say absolutely not, because of the Brookings report. Would they bring things back? Absolutely. Would they deny it? Absolutely. They didn't just lie about a few things, they say they lied about everything. So in the realms of possibility, I would say it's probably 50-50. On the picture where they show what she would have possibly looked like alive, notice the third eye in the center of her forehead. Alright, well that's going to do it for this show. I just wanted to bring up a few more anomalous things that I really enjoy researching, and I thought you might too. Please leave a like, maybe a comment. I do enjoy reading your comments. I'm not monetized whatsoever, so please donate if you can. Everything is 100% free here, if you can. That'll do it for me. Take care. I'll see you soon. Good night. Break it.
Here's a nice picture of what looks like a Native American Indian. However, it's not. It's Cro-Magnon man. Maybe the Cro-Magnons didn't disappear after all. They just became the world's indigenous people. You know, they always try to humanize Neanderthals and ugly eyes Cro-Magnons as muchers, like eyes, nose, and mouth. You first notice how huge the eye holes are. Those are purple dawn eyes. Crazy. For whatever reason, mainstream gives us this pudgy, lovable looking character for Neanderthal, but if you put him side by side with the skull, well, I can see right away that they don't look like they match at all. What do you think? If you look at a real Neanderthal skull and put human features on it, you can begin to see just how ridiculous they would look. They had huge eyes, a little forehead. They look like a purple dawn creature with them giant eyes. If you look at their bodies, they're barrel-chested and their shoulders cannot swim or throw. It doesn't look like they have very much in common with humans at all to me. I don't know how you feel on the subject, but for me, they just don't look human. If you put the human skull next to the Neanderthal skull, they angle the skull down. But if you move the Neanderthal skull to be straight, like the human skull is, you will notice a pronounced prognostication. One has to ask, why do they resort to such tactics? It's dishonest, therefore dishonorable. Their skeletal structure is completely different than ours. And if you notice in this photograph, the brow ridge for the Neanderthal is completely ape-like. All of their features are ape-like. Remember Piltdown Man? That was thought to be known science for 40 years before it was found out to be a fraud. Another interesting fact that was brought up by Theodore Holden is that no Neanderthal needles have ever been found. On the other hand, a lot of Cro-Magnon needles have been found. The reason why you can't find any Neanderthal needles is because you don't need to wear clothes when you have 6 inches of fur. And how could they have lost their fur in the middle of an ice age? They were closer to apes than humans. The 19th century depiction of Neanderthal man, I think, is a lot closer to reality than what that lovable fellow they have today. If you just take a look at their argument, it's flimsy. They don't have very much to go on to be human-like. But yet they force that square peg in the round hole because they need it to make evolution work. That is my opinion. What's yours? Then that kind of takes us to, are we savanna apes? Well, there's a woman, a doctor, she's deceased now, I think, but her name was Elaine Morgan. And she came up with a unique theory. It is called the aquatic ape hypothesis. And she claimed that we have a lot more in common with aquatic mammals than we do with savanna apes, which, if you look at the list, it's quite shocking, really, how many similarities there are. That tells me one thing. That can't exist for nothing. It has to mean something. Nothing in nature exists for nothing. Well, when Elaine Morgan lays out the evidence, features in common with dolphins and aquatic mammals. Like, I believe we carry our fat the same. Apes don't carry their fat like we do. We sweat. Our sweat glands, we have that in common. And believe it or not, even face-to-face sex. And one of the biggies, breath control. Apes cannot control their breath, which is why they can't speak. In fact, there is so much evidence For mermaids throughout history, it has to beg the question, were they ever real at one time in history? If there's one thing we should know, there is a lot of mysterious phenomena going on in our ocean. They are only 20% explored. For one, there is a lot that we don't know. One day, not that long ago, I was surfing the net, watching videos of strange things that I like to do once in a while, and I came across a video that dealt with this very subject. It has baffled many scientists and researchers, to say the least. And that is the Japanese mermaids. Often in Hollywood, mermaids are depicted as beautiful women. In Japan, mermaids are translated as human fish, what they call ninyo. Ninyo in Japanese folklore. According to it, they have shiny scales, a monkey-like face with tiny teeth, and a voice like a flute. But there's a tale of a fisherman named Too Much Sauce 90, and he posted a video not long ago that went viral and has everyone talking about it. Too Much Sauce 90. This video went viral almost as soon as it was posted. It started with him hearing strange noises on his fishing boat, noises that resembled a flute.
Sometimes you gotta let them free, you know? Sometimes you just gotta let them roam free. Let's just walk right back. Let's see if we can find... Oh! Yo! Oh, hell no! Wait, no! Wait, I just threw this overboard. Y'all saw me throw it overboard. Are you kidding me?
First, he throws a crab overboard, and something or someone throws it back into the boat. But it doesn't stop there. Check this out.
90, and we just out here. We're chilling. We're out here chilling. I hear it. I hear him. Where's she at? What the f is that noise, bro? What is that noise? Where are you? This is crazy. I heard it. I heard it. I hear it. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's nuts. That's crazy.
But it wasn't just a one-time thing. He recorded it a couple more times. Now, I know many might say that this is BS, but take into account that after he posted the video where he caught a glimpse of something in the water, his TikTok account got banned and he received a community strike. And then right after that, this happened.
You're gonna be out here doing testing. Testing what? What the f are you guys testing? That's what I want to know. We all know Source 90 has heard certain things out in the ocean, and then my TikTok gets banned, and then the government shows up my boat. It's too many
The next thing you know, they have a laboratory set up in his boat, and they did not want to share with him what they were researching. And there are similar stories all over the world about people or beings with fish-like tails and human-like bodies. And apparently there is a mummified mermaid that was caught in the 17th century by a fisherman. It is now being investigated by the Tuskegee University. Does that look like an Inuit to you? The Japanese mermaid that is said to exist in Japanese stories and myths. And if it turns out to be real, which it certainly looks real, do you think that if it turned out to be real that there would be a change of any kind? Nah, come on, you know better than that. They'd just sweep it under the rug like they always do. It's too hard to change. And this story has everything. It even has a letter dating back to 1903 to confirm that it was sold as an odd fish but kept by the family as an heirloom. It's a mummified Japanese mermaid. So there has to be some there with mermaids. I think it's very possible that at one point in time we had such a thing as mermaids or mermen, which could go a long way to explain where we came from. Not only that, but we've got umpteen myths that speak of a god who came from the sea and taught them, everything they needed to know. So it's not so far off base. I think I've heard that in many ancient myths. And we'll know one form or another if this thing turns out to be real. All in all, I think it means that the aquatic ape hypothesis has a lot of merit. And then we got a spaceship hitting the moon. Have you heard about this, Andy?
Yeah, I heard about that. Their theory was that it was the third stage of a rocket off of something being sent up there, and instead of coming back to Earth, as it's meant to, it ended up keeping on going and hitting the moon.
It's pretty spectacular, isn't it?
Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
It's like a mushroom when you think of it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine though, Greg, out of all that area and surface, that in that one occasion, that rocket's gone the wrong way.
Yeah.
And then it's actually, in all that space, it's hit that little pinprick called the moon.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It is amazing. Yeah, there's a theory that there's an interplanetary war going on, but I'm sure that's just a bunch of hyperbole.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of debris that's been falling to Earth lately, but I'm sure that's just a coincidence.
Are we seeing the actual debris? So is the debris what they say in that it's remnants from our space programs, or is it foreign debris?
Right, but they tell so many lies, you never know, when they're telling the truth or when they're telling a whopper. You just can't really trust them. Yeah.
And as you would be aware, all the major powers now are trying to militarize space because I own that, you own that.
That's right. Yeah, because if you own space, there's nothing anyone can do to you. Because you'll always be able to. Yeah. Now, there's supposed to be a treaty that disallows nuclear weapons in space. Do you think that they've gone that far?
As in having nuclear weapons in space?
Yeah.
Well, define a weapon.
Well,
you could send something that looked innocent up there, but you've just got to send it the right information, and it can fail and do the same as a nuclear device, can't it?
Yes. Yeah. But,
so
well, that's true. They probably have weapons we have no idea.
But it could be something that looks innocent. And whatever. But as for having nuclear weapons in space, well, probably at this stage, what would be the real purpose of it, other than if you're storing them up there to send them back to Earth?
Yeah, because they do absolutely no good, you know.
You know what amazes me, Greg, is everyone's more concerned about where we've been and where we come from than where we're going.
Man, you couldn't. Well said. Well said, brother. That's very true.
But what does it tell you when they can't even tell us where we've been, honestly? What do we have then? It is said that a people who don't know their true history are conquered people. You know, I don't so much think that Neanderthals were predators per se, or predators versus humans. It has been crammed down our throats since I was a kid that Neanderthals were this jolly human character when they probably weren't. With eye sockets like that, come on, and the forehead, how could they have been human? I'm just looking at the evidence. There isn't one stitch of evidence that shows Neanderthals wore clothing. You can't find any needles. I mean, can look at it with an open mind. Like most other things, it's pretty easy to see for me. But if you disagree with me, that's your prerogative, and you absolutely have that right. It's just what I happen to think. It's no big deal. We all have our own opinion. But you know what? It really doesn't matter. The point I'm trying to make is that the aquatic ape hypothesis has a lot of potential. That's all. When has mainstream ever told us the truth? And apes have no ability to control their breath. They can't swim. They sink like a rock. Where did we get the ability to swim from? Why do we carry our fat the same? Why do we share so many characteristics with aquatics and not with apes or gorillas? Well, I'm interested to know what you think. My mind is open. Convince me if you think otherwise, or let me know what you think. But that's going to do it for this show. I do have more videos in my playlist. I'll see you next time. And remember, if you go to my homepage, take a look at the homepage. It has a lot of goodies there. If you have a look at all of my playlists, you definitely have to find something there that you're going to like. Whether we agree or we disagree, the debate is what makes it fun. And I'm of the opinion that if I'm wrong and I discover it, then it's time to break out a bottle of wine and celebrate, as John Newman says, because we just got a little bit better. That's the way I look at it. So it's no big deal. I like Newton's motto. I hold no hypothesis. I just love learning. Anyways, one thing I think we can all agree on is this is one great big crazy, wild, weird world that we live in. And what did they say? It's a joke surrounded by a riddle wrapped in an enigma. That's for sure. It gets weirder and weirder. The more you learn, the more it just keeps getting weirder. Remember what one of those Greek philosophers said? I think it might have been Socrates. Could have been Aristotle. But he said, the truth of our origin is probably so weird, it is unbelievable. Something to that effect. Is here for. I wouldn't be surprised if we woke up after we die on a couch, taking a mind vacation for our lunch hour. And in that time, we lived our whole life on Earth. You never know. All right, that'll do it for me. Thank you very much. Please give it a like, maybe share, comment. I love reading your comments. If you can, donate to the cause. And take care. And thank you for all your kindness. And I'll see you on down the road.
Thank you.
I'll be right there, guys. I want to play one song. In case you guys are music buffs, on my SoundCloud page I made a new playlist. It's favorite cover songs, in case that interests you. But I want to listen to one song, and then I'll come out there and we'll say goodnight.
Saturday Night Owls will be an open mic.
Are you lame or something? Go ahead, old man.
Saturday night.
You're a child learner. I don't waste time on you.
Saturday Night Owls. Saturday Night Owls.
First time? Then the worm has definitely turned for you, man.
I would like to introduce you to the Saturday Night Owls. Thank you.
This shit's in the wind, troop.
Understand alloys and compositions and things with molecular structures in the...
With the Saturday Night Owls. Tonight, you're gonna be flat.
Come on!
So join us, exploring this. Swing, 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 swing.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Some stuff here. Hey, can I get a long? Can I get a long? Oh, you know, can I get a Long Island iced tea? We got Kiss in the house over here. Where? Can I get a little? Hold on. Arr, baby. You got any gum? All right, Kiss will be playing later. You guys are.
Yes, as it goes off into history. You have no idea how much I missed those days. So much so that after the holidays, we're putting the band back together and we're going to start doing it again. You're never too old. I love it. I just can't get enough. I'm sorry. I know it's hard to tear. Once I start listening to music, I get into this thing, and I just want to keep hearing it. I'm sorry about that. Anyways, okay, well, I'm going to come out here. Hello. Thanks for sticking through that punishment session. Vincent, wow, you are really trying to get on my good side, aren't you? Because I love flattery. No, thank you, man. Thank you. Better said cheers to another spin around our sun. Yeah. HBD, Greg, and another spin. What does HBD mean? I'm pretty dense sometimes, strange. Strange Days, love your name. And we got Demosophist. Oh, the little freaking guy ain't working. Again, that's 2 days in a row. Take a stab. Sorcerer Cybus. Hello. No, it's not going to work. Renegade. Valerie. How you doing, Valerie? Dan the Tube Man. What's up, Dan? It's good to see you. Dan's a avid learner. I see him everywhere. Raging Jim. Thank you, Raging Jim. To all who said happy birthday, if I didn't see it, thank you very much. It's been a very uplifting day for me. It has. It's been a wonderful day. Keith J, a staunch super supporter. Gregory Hunt, I know him. John Radovic, how you doing, John? Thank you. Dan the Kid, 1, happy birthday, thank you. And Kristen, wow, we've got a lot of new names in here. We got T-Girls again. Woohoo! Woo! Cheap Thrill. Well, thank you for booting him if somebody did. Juggalund, give me the pink elephant. Just take the fucking elephant. It's pretty cool. Remember Darkman? That was a movie. Pretty good. Susie K. Renique Blackman. There's all kinds of new names. There's Jasper. How you doing, Jasper? Good to see you. Always. Coach Andy. Coach Andy. That's pretty good. Have you ever heard the joke, you know, that this is you hold one arm up over there and lock it on their neck and you say, this is a half Nelson. Then you take the other arm and you pull it up to like the scapula and you say, that's a full Nelson. And then you start humping on them and say, that's a father Nelson. I remember that joke from my baseball days. Esoteric Gold. It's just a stupid joke. And I don't even know why I told it. It's like, how does Hitler tie his shoes? This is my favorite joke. In Little Nazis. Chicky Rogue. And that's really cool. You know, we didn't get a lot at one time, but we had quite a few in and out. I don't know if that means it was good or not. I'm going to play one more video since nobody wants to chat. And then I'll close it out with a couple songs. I just wanted to come pay my respects to you for being here and sticking with me. It means more than you know. I honestly mean that. All right. Here we go with Ancient Atom Bomb. Might as well finish well and Crazy Night off in style. Oh, I do have a People of the Sea, too, and I did want to play that. All right, well, we'll be around for a little while yet. All right, Ancient Atom Bomb, then People of the Sea, then we close. Okay. I should start a part 2.
Nuclear bomb in Babylon cylindrical seal. Babylon cylinder seal from 600 BCE shows nuclear bomb and explosion made during the era of Nebuchadnezzar II, who was a Chaldean king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire. When I first saw that, I thought it was some kind of a Photoshop joke. I'm still not convinced that it isn't. I mean, what else could that be? If it's real, which they say it is, cylinder seals were invented around 3500 BC in the Near East at the contemporary sites of Susa in southwestern Iran and Uruk in southern Mesopotamia. Made from hard stones, these seals were used as an administrative tool, a form of signature, as well as jewelry and as magical amulets. Later versions would employ notations with Mesopotamian cuneiform. The seal imprint on clay shows King Nebuchadnezzar II, who ruled between 605 and 562 BCE, releasing a large constructed form, which appears similar to the modern-day atom bomb or nuclear bomb. It looks like Fat Man, or was that the other one? Fat Man and Little Boy. Fat Man and Little Boy. This explodes into a cloud of dust, a mushroom cloud no less, sending weapons of warfare in all directions, accompanied by 8 pointed stars of Ishtar, who is goddess of war. The same tree, by the same artisan, had appeared on the other seal, but this tree bore no fruit. Instead, it was dropping its dead leaves as it died or affected by nuclear radiation. The intaglio was covered into a cylinder of gold, capped on one end by polished lapis lazuli, and on the other end by a flat seal carved in gold with the symbol of Ishtar, an 8-pointed star. Seen on the seal depicts Ishtar, goddess of both love and war, with the weapons of war held in a peaceful attitude, and with her garments opened to expose her body. A priest and priestess are bowing before their goddess. A tree bearing fruit serves as a backdrop to this peaceful scene of Ishtar and her worshippers. Boy, it sure don't look like that to me. It looks like that guy's been me. It doesn't look like they're bowing, but I guess they probably are, but why would he have him behind her and holding on to her waist? The text from the seal in first picture reads,
Chatting.ag-2.2uru3 Localca2.dinger.ra E2.galbaru14 Chapalim.chu.rin.
It says, it's really hard to read. Shah, Dinger, Egg, Nij, Du, Uru, Google, Dinger, Gal, Uru, Shapel, I'm, Shu, Rin. That's what it says. Translation of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, palace of Sumer, beneath the furnace. There must be furnaces beneath the palace of king, which produce such nuclear weapons. Nebuchadnezzar II freed Babylon from Assyria and expanded his kingdom, and created such technical wonders as the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. They've never actually proven that they existed. And the Ishtar Gate. This must be one of those scientific developments during his regime. This seal indicates a secret of old methods of destruction that when the situation is out of control could be used to destroy not just the single city of Babylon, but entire nations surrounding it. I mean, that is nothing short of jaw-dropping WTF. If that existed, and it's pretty likely that there really was a nuclear war in ancient times, as crazy as that sounds, what else could that be? Unless it's a prank. I'll leave it for you to decide. Hubble traces collisions in Running Man Nebula. Any parent of newborns know just how powerful even small things are. The same is true in space, where baby stars in a section of a nebula or gas cloud create a series of powerful shock waves visible in a new Hubble Space Telescope image. Now, as far as I know, there is no gas and wind in space, only plasma and current. Hubble was on the hunt for how young stars influence their environment, and this image of Herbie Harrow, HH45, gives abundant evidence to go all inception for a moment. This object is embedded in a nebula called NGC 1977, which itself is part of the larger Running Man set of 3 nebulas. So you can see this is a rather complex neighborhood in which the stars are growing up. In HH45, what we see here is a rare manifestation of a nebula that happens after a newborn star spews hot gas, plasma, NASA noted. This activity collides with the gas, plasma, and dust around it at hundreds of miles per second, creating bright shock waves. Agency personnel wrote in a statement, "The Hubble image shows two sets of ionized gases as the collision strips away charged electrons from their atoms. Blue shows ionized oxygen, while purple indicates ionized magnesium." Researchers were particularly interested in these elements because they can be used to identify shocks and ionization fronts, NASA said. Ionization is a process which an atom or molecule acquires a negative or positive charge by gaining or losing electrons. The resulting electrically charged atom or molecule is called an ion. Hubble is coming back online from a synchronization glitch that occurred on October 23rd and sent its science instruments into safe mode. But while Hubble personnel get its instruments back to normal, there is lots of work available from previous investigations. The 31-year-old observatory was last serviced in person in 2009 and has not been visited by astronauts since. The space shuttle retired in 2011 due to inaccessibility with current spacecraft. Hubble telescope captures stunning image of star-forming Prawn Nebula.
Happy birthday!
There's something that grabbed my interest. Hyperdimensional portal. Could Stonehenge be under the influence of Saturn? The purpose and complexity of Stonehenge continues to baffle researchers. Could it be a sacred cosmic calculator or an ancient portal still active today? For centuries, historians and archaeologists have puzzled over the many mysteries of Stonehenge. The prehistoric monument that took Neolithic builders an estimated 1,500 years to erect. I highly doubt that. Do you think that it should have took them that long to build it? It doesn't look that complicated. But those people, did you see the size of their brains? People that lived before us had twice the brain capacity, if those were truly the ones. Located in southern England, it is comprised of roughly 100 massive upright stones placed in a circular layout. While many modern scholars now agree that Stonehenge was once a burial ground, they have yet to determine what other purpose it served, and how a civilization without modern technology or even the wheel produced the mighty monument. They didn't have the wheel. Its construction is all the more baffling because while the sandstone slabs of its outer ring hail from local quarries, scientists have traced the bluestones that make up its inner ring all the way to Preseli Hills in Wales, some 200 miles from Stonehenge. It sits on Salisbury Plain. The contents: 1. The mysterious events at Stonehenge site. 2. The connection between the ley lines and the Stonehenge and the caduceus symbol. Could Stonehenge be under the influence of Saturn? Saturn is a fascinating planet because in Greek mythology, it was Kronos, who was actually the Titan, the ruler of all the gods, and Zeus, Jupiter, had to overthrow Saturn in order to survive because Kronos was swallowing his own children. And there's something to be said for this relationship of Saturn to Satan. Though we find this theory a little odd, but the Saturn's association with time is very important because these stone circles often seem to reflect the idea of the passage of time. The time itself is the oldest devil in this universe. What do we know as humans? The one thing we all run up against that we cannot defeat in his time. Da Vinci called it the ravager of all things. So Saturn, as this sort of ring lord, is actually Lord of the Rings that influence time in itself. In all the forms of ancient mythology, even in Hindu and Sumerian texts, Saturn is always considered a very destructive planet, and it's difficult to understand exactly why. It was our first sun. Each planet has a certain resonance and similarities through mythologies around the world, though they were independently created from entirely different cultures. Mars for war. Pluto is sort of the outlier. Venus is for love. But Saturn has been this sort of monster in mythological history. These ideas have challenged some to look at Stonehenge differently than they had before. Well, they both start with an S. What does the placement of the stones aligning with Saturn have to do with our space-time reality? Is it possible that Stonehenge, with its placement of stones to represent Saturn, the moon, and the sun, is actually telling modern-day humans to remember who we are and where we came from and who our first star was? Underworld connection. Ancient people may have created cave art while hallucinating. Yes, and Stone Age people may have deliberately ventured into oxygen-depleted caves to paint while having out-of-body experiences and hallucinations. According to a new study, by analyzing cave paintings from the Upper Paleolithic period, some 40,000 to 14,000 years ago, researchers at Tel Aviv University discovered that many were located in narrow corridors or passages deep within navigable cave systems with only artificial light. The study focuses on decorated caves in Europe, primarily Spain and France, and offers an explanation of why cave painters would choose to decorate areas deep within cave systems. It seems that the Upper Paleolithic people hardly used the interior of the deep caves for daily household activities. Such activities were carried out mainly in open-air places, rocky shelters, or cave entrances. The study reads, "But why would people go through the trouble of walking through narrow cave passages to make art?" To answer this question, a group of researchers at Tel Aviv University focused on a characteristic of such deep, narrow caves, especially those that require artificial light. And that is an enigmatic, isn't it? To navigate low levels of oxygen, the researchers ran computer simulations of model caves with different passageway lengths that lead to slightly larger hall areas where paintings may be found, and analyzed the changes in oxygen concentrations if a person was to stand in the different parts of the cave burning a torch. Fire, such as that from torches, is one of several factors that depletes oxygen inside caves. They found that oxygen concentration depended on the height of the passageways, with the shorter passageways having less oxygen. In most of the simulations, oxygen concentrations dropped from the natural atmosphere level of 21% to 18%. After being inside the caves for only about 15 minutes. Such low levels of oxygen can induce hypoxia in the body, a condition that can cause headache, shortness of breath, confusion, and restlessness. It increases the hormone dopamine in the brain, which can sometimes lead to hallucinations and out-of-body experiences. According to the study, for caves with low ceilings or small halls, the oxygen concentration dipped as low as 11%, which would cause the more severe symptoms of hypoxia. The researchers hypothesized that ancient people crawled into these deep, dark spaces to induce altered states of consciousness, according to Ran Barkai, co-author and professor of prehistoric archaeology. Painting in these conditions was a conscious choice designed to help them interact with the cosmos. It was used to connect with things, said Barkai. We don't call it rock art. It is not a museum. Cave painters thought of the rock face as a membrane connecting their world to the underworld, which they believed to be a place of abundance, Barkai explained. The cave painting depict animals such as mammoths, bison, and ibex, and their purpose has long been debated by experts. The researchers argued that the caves played an important role in the belief systems of the Upper Paleolithic period, and that the paintings were part of this relationship. It was not the decoration that made the caves significant, but quite the opposite. The importance of the chosen caves was the reason for their decoration, the study reads. Barkai also suggested that the cave paintings could have been used as part of a kind of rite of passage. Given the evidence that children were present, additional research will examine why the children were brought into these deep cave areas, as well as investigate whether the people were able to develop resistance to low oxygen levels. The findings were published on March 31st in Time and Mind, the Journal of Archaeology, Conscious, and Culture. It just could have possibly been that the oxygen content was higher. I don't know, it's just a guess. But some of these paintings, they look modern. I mean, they look like really modern art. I understand why they think that modern art has nothing on them, because they do look splendid. I think they're marvelous. Yeah, it's cosmology, geology. I don't think they have a clue. Cave paintings were not the only ancient art. There were also many depictions on cliff faces like this in Sago Canyon in Utah, which depict eerie-looking creatures or figures in very scary and often dark times. Turned out to be what was being seen in the sky in the form of plasma formations. I know a lot of people like to say that they're depictions of aliens, but I don't really see that. If you want to try to stay scientific, it would make more sense anyway if they were what the people were seeing above their heads and they were painting it on cliff faces. They're some 8,000 years old. It's amazing that they've stayed there, but it's usually in arid type climates where it doesn't rain a lot, or there's some kind of an overhang protecting it. And of course there are also the Wandjina paintings from the Aborigines in Australia, and there are paintings in South America. Basically, there are cave paintings all over the world. A lot of the ones on the outside, though, I believe they were painting what they were seeing in the sky. And they weren't tripping, but they could have been. It just depends, really. There is the stoned ape theory where some type of man discovered trippin, and expanded our brains. Mushrooms, shrooms, psilocybin, peyote, mescaline.
Saturn and Jupiter. The history of this pair, the ancient Kronos and Zeus, or Saturn and Jupiter, as reflected in many traditions all around the world, tells a story that has nothing in resembling the sedate and uneventful circling of these bodies on their orbits that modern astronomy asserts as fact. Saturn and Jupiter are very much like the Sun. Were they not planets, they would be considered stars, like our Sun. Jupiter is nearly 330 times more massive than the Earth, and Saturn 80 times. Both planets are covered with gases which are in constant motion, like the gaseous atmosphere of the Sun. The Sun has 9 satellites and numerous asteroids and comets. Jupiter has at least 14 satellites. Of course, this was written a long time ago. Now it is known to have 79, I do believe, and several asteroids and comets. Saturn has 10 known satellites at this time, I think 82 now, and 4 or 5 comets constitute the Saturnian family. Though these comets do not circle around Saturn itself, they are commonly regarded as related to the orbit of Saturn. Were Jupiter and Saturn free from the bonds of the Sun, they could be considered as stars or suns. Were two such stars set in space close to one another, they would constitute a double star system, both stars circling around a common focus. As told in the picture that emerges from comparative folklore and mythology, presents Saturn and Jupiter in vigorous interaction.
Sorry, I was trying to get back
Suppose
to
that these two
my
bodies approached each other
back to
rather
the Discord. I have
time,
multiple things going on.
causing
I have a
violent
puppy that won't
perturbations
sleep,
and huge
yeah,
tidal
I'm kind of an
effects in each other's
insomniac,
atmosphere.
so
Their
yeah, I'm a
mutual
night owl.
disturbance led to a stellar
I
explosion.
have trouble falling
nova.
asleep really
As we
badly.
have seen, a nova is thought to result from an instability in a star, generated by a sudden influx of matter usually derived from its companion in a binary system. If what we call today Jupiter and Saturn are products of such a sequence of events, their appearance and respective masses must formerly have been quite different. A scenario such as this would explain the prominence of Saturn prior to its cataclysmic disruption and dismemberment. It must have been a larger body than it is now, possibly of the volume of Jupiter. Interestingly, for certain reasons, G. Kuiper assumed that Saturn originally was of a mass equal to that of Jupiter. At some point during a close approach to Jupiter, Saturn became unstable, and as a result of the influx of extraneous material, it exploded, flaring as a nova, which, after subsiding, left a remnant that the ancients still recognize as Saturn, even though it was but a fraction of the celestial body of earlier days. In Saturn's explosion, much of the matter absorbed earlier was thrown off into space. Saturn was greatly reduced in size and removed to a distant orbit. The binary system was broken up, and Jupiter took over the dominant position in the sky. The ancient Greeks saw this as Zeus victorious over his father, forcing him to release the children he earlier had swallowed and banished him to the outer reaches of the sky. In Egyptian eyes, it was Horus Jupiter assuming royal power, leaving Osiris to reign over the kingdom of the dead. If the descriptions of Saturn as a sun mean anything, Saturn must have been visible in the time before its explosion as a large disk. If this was the case, the increased distance between the Earth and Saturn could have been the result of the removal of the Earth from its place, or of Saturn from its place, or both. Saturn could be removed only by the planet Jupiter, the sole member of the planetary family more powerful than Saturn. And indeed, the myth says that Saturn was removed by Jupiter. Immanuel Valkovsky. In Worlds in Collision, wrote of events that may theoretically take place in the future. Some dark star like Jupiter or Saturn may be in the path of the Sun, and may be attracted to the solar system and cause havoc in it. While in 1950 both planets were assumed by astronomers to be covered by thick layers of ice, they are now known to be star-like in their composition and thermal properties. In the case of Saturn, H. Spencer Jones, Life on Other Worlds, Milan, New York, 1940, argued that Saturn must be coated with water ice, or frozen ammonia. Spencer Jones' book was published the same year which Velikovsky drew very different conclusions about Saturn's thermal history and structure. The astronomer's conjecture was based on a simple calculation of the amount of heat reaching the planet. Saturn, being almost 10 times further away from the Sun than the Earth, had to have a mean temperature in the neighborhood of minus 155 degrees Celsius. The reasons why Velikovsky concluded that Saturn's temperature must be considerably higher than the accepted estimate were, first, in residual heat of the catastrophe in which Saturn was derailed from its orbit, and second, the radioactivity that resulted from the catastrophe must still be pronounced on Saturn. From the unpublished manuscript, The Test of Time, on top of all this, based on its past history, Saturn can be regarded as a star, and may have some of the mechanism that makes our sun burn with intense light. In 1966, Kellerman described his observations and measurements at a wavelength of 21.3 centimeters, which showed a temperature of 90 degrees Fahrenheit for the inner atmospheric layers, Icarus. Revised textbooks, taking account of the findings, began to speak of room temperature on Saturn, recorded in the 21 centimeter band, e.g. Fred Whipple, Earth, Moon, and Planets, 3rd Revised Edition, Cambridge, 1968. By 1972, measurements at radio wavelengths of 50 and 100 centimeters found unusually high temperatures, about 240 degrees Fahrenheit and 520 degrees Fahrenheit, respectively. Thus, it appears that Saturn, like Jupiter, is not the entirely frozen wasteland it was once thought to be. D. McNally, Are the Jovian Planets Failed Stars? 1973. Soon it was realized that Saturn must have an eternal energy source, and is in fact more like a star than like a planet, not considered sufficiently massive to function as a true star. Science News, 1972. The article compares the view expressed only a few years previously by Carl Sagan that Saturn could not be an abode of life because of atmospheric temperatures several hundred degrees below 0 Fahrenheit, intelligent life in the universe. Measurements in the far infrared and submillimeter ranges published in 1977 indicate that the eternal energy source on Saturn lies within the range of 2.3 and 3.2 times the absorbed solar flux. Far infrared and submillimeter observations of the planets, 1977. The Astrophysical Journal. In other words, Saturn gives off up to about 3 times the amount of energy it receives from the Sun. At the beginning of 1980, analysis of measurements taken by Pioneer 11 during its flight past Saturn showed that the interior of the planet has a temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees Kelvin, which is considerably hotter than the surface of the Sun, less than 6,000 degrees Kelvin. A hypothesis that the protoplanet masses of Jupiter and Saturn were nearly the same was advanced by G. Kuiper, Sky and Telescope, March 1959.
going to play People of the Sea. I hope I can find it. I had it, right? This is from Xavier, so it needs to be taken with a grain of salt. He's a pretty wild and crazy author. I enjoy reading his stuff, honestly. But, you know, you just gotta pick how you want to see it. Here it is.
Do not search what the world needs. Find out what makes you feel alive and do it. Because what the world needs, it is people who feel alive. Howard Thurman, The Peoples of the Sea. Few grains of salt needed. For the ancient Egyptians, the Pelestians, or people of the sea, was like a bunch of devils out of hell. They came on their fast ships. They came in their flying machines. They came perched on elephants.
Is the wind over by you as wicked as it is here?
Were unknown in African savannas. These devils came from nowhere. They let speak fire from heaven. Their wives had the sky and the sea on their eyelids, and other cosmetic in their faces. Dressed in orichalcum, the warriors were wearing crystal helmets. They had spitting lightning spears. Their flying machines were sowing death and destruction. The unknown weapons they used terrified the bravest. All were terrified. All were frightened by these giant animals crushing Hudson barricades. Nothing and no one seemed able to stop the giants in their march of the sea and the sky. In a few days, everything seemed lost. The texts we have do specify the existence of flying machines in the army of the sea people, but the other texts of the same period did. So we can infer that it was the case for them too. The people of Rama, in particular, were renowned for using flying machines, and the biblical King Solomon did too. And I have good reason to believe the sea people were square-ons of Rama. The sea peoples invade and destroy everything in their path. Many cities are taken and destroyed. Without the heroic resistance of the Athenians, the Mediterranean would have been conquered. The ancient Greeks gave them Pelestians, is the name given to the ancient Greeks, to the first inhabitants of Greece, before the great Achaean and Ionian invasion. The etymology of the name is uncertain. In the Iliad, Homer speaks of them as a native people to Thessaly, the tribes of the Pelestians with good spears. Pelestians, inhabitants of Busti, Larissa. The good sets in question would rather sticks that breathe fire, but the thing was forgotten by the time of Homer. As for the origin it gives Pelestians, we know that the Greek singer was an imitator, rather unreliable, which earned him contempt of the wise. Homer deserved to be driven from the contest with a stick. And similarly, Archilochus, Heraclitus, Herodotus says that the first name of Greece was Pelestia, Pelestic, and gives origin to the aliens. That's Aeolians. Argos is called Pelestian by Homer, and Dodona in Epirus. Warships, Zeus, Pelestic. Some buildings, such as the Cyclopean walls, Athens, are also termed Pelestic. Thus, the Pelestians and the Cyclops are related. The Pelestians are the descendants of the famous men who mounted these colossal walls, of which the Bible speaks as proud giants. Please note that the trail is not marked. All these events took place before the time that our teachers call history. The origin of the Pelestians remained taboo for the official history, as the existence of Atlantis and Hyperborea will not be admitted. Documents of the time constraints. The debate is closed. Too bad. The track is promising. It's closed there just like it is in cosmology, just like it is in geology. All the ologies. After all, if you put them all together with the word the, it spells theology. That was mine. In his book, The Parallel Lives, Plutarch mentions the Pelestians as possible ancestors of the Roman.
It is said that Romulus was a giant. After traveling most of the land and conquered many nations, they stopped at a place where today is Rome. The force, Rome, of their weapons. They gave his name to the city that they built it. Another link is woven between the Pelestians and the people of Ram, one of the gods of Hyperborea. I have already shown how Romulus, the mythical founder of Rome, is linked with Rama, if not Rama himself. I see Rome, Rama. Well, that could be a good explanation of where the name came from. I begin to understand that these are really the Sea Peoples, and where they came from. The earliest would have arrived, in my opinion, soon after the Great Flood of 10,500 BC, departure or disappearance of Atlantis Island vessel, and the devastating tsunami that followed forced the people of the sea to take refuge on the nearest land. Some went to U.S. shores. It is the Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerica and Viracocha in the Andes. Others came to settle on the Atlantic coast. They are confused with the Hyperboreans. Others went on the Africa coast. It is the Yoruba and former Malayans. Others have put to fire and sword the Mediterranean coast. Are the Pelestians, or peoples of the sea? This would explain why pre-Hellenic elements of archaic Greek also have certain affinities with Sumerian. We know that Socrates, or Socrates, whose mother was a midwife, is demanding a Pelestian origin, because the Pelestians, heirs of the Hyperboreans, had learned their nomalbrusses, medical and surgical techniques. We are confronted here once more. The famous people of the Hyperborean Rama,
the emperor of the world, who managed the
feat of pacifying and harmonizing the 2/3 of this beautiful planet. And not only India, as the Indians believed, the historical character of Rama was not a prince of India. He is doomed to a global unifying task. While we are going to succeed this unification, or fail in a war of all against all, learn from the saga of Ram seems vital. If it is the Rammates track, we should find our Pelesti on the road to India and Central Europe. And this is the case, finally, to the Neolithic. The Yugoslav
Andrew 6 said ATME when you are done. I will love to watch it.
Vincents. Pelestians Vincians. Holders, inhabitants of Vinca and culture. As Pelestians, Dominions, those of culture of Domini. Also pre-Hellenic. Everything coincides. Dates, locations, descriptions. I can say without fear of error, the Sea Peoples, or Pelestians, are the survivors of the two major floods caused by the former gods. The first flood, the Great Tsunami of Atlas, in 10,500 BC, and the second flood, the disappearance of the plateau of Dogger Bank, and the second Atlantis, around 2000 BC. The Pelestians are the straight heirs of Hyperborean giants. They have built all the Cyclopean monuments in the Mediterranean area, as the ancient city of Mycenae, today Mykonos, Greece. Words are a pretext. It is the inner bond that draws one person to another, not words. Purple. I always enjoy reading Xavier's work. I know it's far out, but that's what I like about it. You know, you just take it with a grain of salt. At the very least, it's entertaining. And you never know. I hope you don't mind the sound effects stuff. It's just me. I get bored and I like to play with sound. I just wanted to do that as a caveat to make sure you know it's just in fun. I hope you guys are having a great summer with your loved ones. And I just want to thank you for being you. Thank you for your support. Our solar system and how it came about really has no rhyme or reason. You can't look at it and say, okay, well, planets are orbiting the sun where they are because of their size. That doesn't work because, for one, Mars is out of place, Venus is upside down, and rotating in the opposite direction. Its day is longer than its year. But there are clues if we pay attention. Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus are further away than Jupiter. If it went according to size, Jupiter should be last. Something must have happened involving those three planets. If you take the Sun and Mercury, Earth, and Jupiter, they fall into the spectrum that you would expect. If you go by mass or surface charge density, it would make so much more sense to me if gravity was a repelling force instead of attracting. Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus are in the wrong place, and Uranus is on its side. That establishes that something took place, an event happened. Family members can be identified through axial tilts. If we are here from accretion, it wouldn't make sense that all these planets, 4 of them, have similar axial tilts. Earth, Mars, Saturn, and Neptune are different than the axis of tilt of the Sun. Only 2 other planets match with the Sun, Jupiter and Mercury. Something else happened. It came about a different way. If accretion was real, then we would all kind of be on the same plane and we'd all be going the same direction, but we don't see that with our solar system. And we know by looking at other solar systems, I think over 3,000, we are the oddballs. They're finding all these hot Jupiters and brown dwarf stars. The second indicator is that Jupiter and the Sun share similar oxygen isotopes, but the Earth is different. I do not know about Saturn, whether it matches or not. I don't know if that's ever been done, but we know it has water. The ejecta rings are still circling it today. And now, according to mainstream, the line between planet and star is becoming pretty blurry. These magnificent things brought to us by the electric universe folks have really shone a light on many things that we didn't see before. That's why it's so important to me. The electric universe and Saturn theory are a foregone conclusion. You don't see researchers doing work with this paradigm. I wish we did. It's really strange that they haven't been able to put it together. You go to these websites and you see them talking about electrogravitic drives, and they mention electromagnetism an awful lot. But yet, nobody pays attention that the universe could be electric. And that hamstrings science, I think. But that's fixing to change. I hope so, anyway. It seems to be headed that way. And if you can put that with the thought that human beings were here to witness most of it, maybe not all of it. Maybe the dinosaurs were the unlucky victims for that. But the Ice Age could have probably been due to maybe the Earth being pulled away from the Sun for a while. Memories like thimble winters. So our orbit could have been just erratically just trying to find its place, and it finally did. And it's just really coincidental that it ended up where it did. That's almost too coincidental. Which then brings me to the next realm. The whole thing didn't just happen bada boom, bada bing. It happened in stages, and that can explain all the other things, like how they were able to figure out the equinox and things like that. There was a lot of time in between these events, which brings me to Antarctica. I'm going to run a short clip here of Cliff High on Form Borealis with Al. Leave the link below for the whole thing, which I strongly recommend. But they talk about a few interesting things about Antarctica. We've spent a lot of time on the north. I've always been intrigued by the
yourself. You are always constantly on my mind. I'm trying to be a friend, but it's only a one-way street. My light is deep, my friend. When I saw you yesterday, we're looking at you. Realize we're strangers in this world.
change in the weather. It's going to be extreme. What's the sense of changing horses in midstream? I'm going out of my mind. With the pain that stuffing stuff.
Like a corkscrew to my heart.
Like a corkscrew to my heart. Ever since we've been apart.
All right, another song or two, and I'll talk to you about. Alright, I'm coming in. Hold on.
Well, baby, I got to know. Do you plan on letting me go? The look in your eyes gives me a sign. The careless sign that makes me lose my mind. Don't let me down slow. It's another man, just let me know. I got good love to give. Baby, let me know. Don't let me down slow.
You know, I just can't help it. Once I start listening, it's hard to stop, really it is, for me. I don't know why. I guess I'm just a weirdo. You there, Val? It's that time that we have to say goodnight. This just can keep I mean, what a great birthday party this was. Thank you for coming. I played what I wanted. I got a little wild, got some music in, got to say hello to some cool folks. Couldn't ask for nothing better. Alchemy88, hello. Craig Durso, I'm surprised you guys are here. Wow, 20 people? You didn't all clear out like I thought you would. That makes me feel better, even better. I might stick around now. Greg, have you seen the information about Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy? Yes. As a matter of fact, in my first Purple Dawn video, it was Cosmology for Laymen, Part 4. It's on my homepage to popular videos. I think it's number 1, actually. I talk about that merger. That was a theory that was promulgated before the Herbig Hero thing got big. I mean, I was with the Sagittarius, and it may be true, but I like the Herbig Hero's explanation. It doesn't matter which one's true. They're both good, you know, but they're both interesting too. I have to take a poll on that. Anna Jean, hello, Anna Jean. It's good to meet you. And Ancient Civilizations and Technology is, oh, Matt, me too. Yes, I love that stuff. I just can't get enough. I wish I could jump in a time machine. Don't we all? That would be awesome, wouldn't it? Yeah. You are getting very creative, Greg. Love it. Strange days. Thanks for being here, spooling down after a rough day with you. It makes, oh, you know, it really does. Worth doing again. Make a difference. You guys have made a difference for me too. And like I said, I haven't, you know, I've been feeling uplifted all day. It's been a blessing because I needed it. Neil and Bob, how you doing, Neil and Bob? Oh, nice to meet you. And Sexy Chat 69, hey, how you doing? Let's see, Valerie, I guess you're not in the chat room anymore. Did you give up on me? Vincent, you wouldn't be the first. A Pleasanthal, like, he just won't stop playing that wretched music. Demosophist. A Demosophist. All right. Oh, Jason. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You got those hyphens there. I always wonder how people do that fancy stuff. Renegade. And Special K on acid. I like that, yeah. I remember my first trip. Yeah, I was really young, and you know what the deal was is I had just started smoking pot, you know, but I'm worried about my dad finding out. But I just started smoking pot. I went to this guy's house. His name was Red. I kid you not. He was a white guy with a red afro, and he had a stash bag. He always looked really cool when he was walking down the street, you know. And I was a newbie. Decided I wanted to try pot, so I went to him and asked him, "You got any pot?" He's like, "No, you know I don't, but I've got this mescaline." And I'm like, "What's that? This is like pot?" "Oh yeah." Yeah, I took it in school, my second hour the next day. I actually was in line to talk to the teacher to tell her I was sick. Because I mean, my eyes, I felt like I was looking out a fort window It was really weird. I got through it, but that wasn't the worst. The worst was when I tripped on acid with my buddy Dave, who just came home from boot camp, and he had some. After I did that, I swore, I prayed, I swore to God, please God, let me come down. If you do, I will never touch this shit again. And I did, and I kept my word. I kept my word. I never touched it again. And thank God. And Jared is here. Good to see you, Jared. Yes, accretion doesn't add up in the electric universe. It surely don't. You know, like I said, if accretion was real, then all of the planets would have the same axial tilt as the sun, and they'd be going the same direction. We don't have that. We have a hodgepodge. I just love talking about that too. Saturn theory. It's probably my favorite subject. Electric universe is right up there too. And it makes sense, you know, the gravity only people, pretty much they say gravity sucks and that's all there is, but how come everything isn't crashing into everything then? It just, you gotta have two systems, electricity and magnetism. It's a feedback system to keep things under control. One force wouldn't do it. You'd have the three-body problem, you know. Have you ever seen that? It's insolvable. I'm trying to fix your Patreon now, Greg. Oh, hey, Jared, that's okay, man. You know, I hope you do. If you need any help, let me know. But, you know, I know. I mean, you've been giving for a long time, bro. So I'm not worried about you. Let's see. But thank you. All right. Well, I guess, you know what? I guess I thought I was going to come back and have somebody to chat with, but I don't. Val must have gave up on me. Okay, that's all right. I know, I'm so rude sometimes. I'll play another song. We'll get into another video. I got a couple more up my sleeve, and you guys seemed like you're pretty spry. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shut this one down, then we're going to start with a brand new one. Okay?